The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Hold on tight and try to keep up at the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland in Warsaw. It's time for Blitz, where the pace is faster and the stakes are even higher. Indian star Arjun Erigaisi is flexing his Blitz prowess, winning his first 4 games in a row to catapult into contention. It was an up-and-down performance from the reigning World Blitz champion Magnus Carlsen, allowing the white-hot leader after the rapid section Wei Yi to take control, winning game after game to increase his lead. Champions stumbled while the young phenoms are surging. The final day of the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to the final day of the Superbet Rapid Blitz held here in Warsaw, Poland. We have an incredible 2-horse race between the former world champion Magnus Carlsen and the superstar from China, Wei Yi. Who's going to take it all home? Let's go to the studio and find out.
Today, the final 9 rounds of Blitz will determine a champion. Can anyone catch our leader? It all starts right now. Hello and welcome. It's the final day. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure to be here in the studio alongside Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and International Master Nazi Paikidze. Final day,
yes,
everyone.
Indeed. Absolutely. A pleasure to be with you both. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the Grand Chess Tour from Poland. Wow, simply outstanding. Wei Yi has done the incredible. Leading after the Rapids, he then went on in the first day of Blitz to perform something quite Magnus-esque. He has scored 7.5 out of 9 to have a commanding lead going into this last day of Blitz. Jovi, do the honors. Tell us the standings after 4 days of great chess.
With absolute pleasure, Yasser. There we see at the top, man of the moment, Wei Yi. After winning 5 games in a row yesterday, he finds himself at the top with 20.5 points, 2.5 points ahead of Magnus Carlsen. Does seem like it's going to be a 2-horse race, with the rest of the field jostling for that 3rd place. There we see Praggnanandhaa on 14.5 points, just half a point away from Arjun Erigaisi. Still everything to play for in terms of that spot.
Yeah, the battle for 3rd is definitely intense. Tell us about this last day of Blitz.
And here it is. It's going to be a single round robin, so 9 games of Blitz will be played at a time control of 5 minutes plus 2-second time bonus per move. 1 point for the win, half a point for a draw, nothing despite how well you play for a loss.
Rats. In case of a playoff, and I know it's getting late, for 2 players, what happens?
So it's looking more likely that it's going to be 2 players tied for 1st place. Well, then we're going to have a rapid double round robin, a time control of 8 minutes plus 3-second time bonus per move. That's a little bit unstandard. And then if 3 or more players are tied, it's going to be a blitz round robin, a time control of 5 minutes plus 2 seconds per move. And if they're still tied, well, everything is going to be decided by hold on to your seats, everyone, because this is intense. Armageddon on a knockout basis.
Thank you, Jovi and Nasi. I mean, last day of Blitz, and Wei Yi has just been outstanding.
How exciting to have the last day. Hello, chess fans, and welcome to the last day of Blitz. We have a clear leader, Wei Yi, and let's take a look at his line score. He's been playing incredible chess. Even though he started with a loss yesterday, he came back and won 7.5 points out of 8. Absolutely impressive result. The only other player who could possibly catch him is world #1 Magnus Carlsen. Let's take a look at his line score. Now that's something we don't see often. He lost 2 games in a row. But of course, we know Magnus is a fighter. He came back and finished the day with a hat-trick. So we'll see how he does today. But historically speaking, in Grand Chess Tour, the player leading or tied for first after Rapid has won the tournament on 10 different occasions.
Good to be first.
And now let's go to Poland to hear more about the tournament from Cristian and Anastasiya.
Thank you, Nazi, and welcome back, chess fans, to the championship day here in Poland. We have a thrilling, exciting finale for you. A two-horse race between, of course, the superstar from China, Wei Yi, and Magnus Carlsen. But I have to say, right now, the Chinese player is just leading with authority, 2.5 points ahead of Magnus. Magnus will need a miracle. And yesterday, he came to the studio. He said his nervous system was shook after one of those games. Anastasiya, can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, his nervous system actually, what he meant, just actually collapsed after the game with Prague, but we all could see what happened also after the game with Nodirbek. Yes, this moment was just amazing, and we managed to quote it, and I published it immediately in social media.
There
just look at this. This was the moment when actually the evaluation of the position went from +8 to -8. He just blundered his queen in one move, and he realized it immediately, and he resigned, and you could see what happened. You could see actually all spectrum of emotions on his face at this moment, starting from like big disappointment, then laughing on what happened. So what I believe should happen today, he really needs to cope with the pressure. He really needs to find the balance and just keep trying to play good chess. It's very important if he would like to fight for the first place. And we know Magnus. We know that he's here not to play for the second place. No. He always tries to win the tournaments. So looking forward for the action.
Absolutely. He will need a miracle, but we've seen him do it before. Last year, in fact, in Croatia, he scored 9 out of 9 in one of those days. If he manages to do that today, well, he has a pretty decent chance to potentially catch up with Wei Yi. But the way Wei Yi is playing right now, he is simply unstoppable. Guys, a lot of exciting chess coming your way from Poland. We will be here to give you all the interviews and everything, all the behind the scenes. Now back to you in the studio, and let's get ready to rumble.
Thank you, Cristian and Anastasiya. I agree. It's going to be a thrilling finale today.
Absolutely.
And Magnus, he needs to get rolling. Every game is a must-win situation for him. And let's take a look at the pairings for round 10. And Kirill Shevchenko will be facing Magnus Carlsen, World Blitz Champion, world rating #1. Gukesh plays with the white pieces against Wei Yi. In the Blitz encounter, it was Gukesh who inflicted Wei Yi's only defeat, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov plays Vincent Keymer. Praggnanandhaa, fighting for third place, will play against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Arjun Erigaisi against Anish Giri.
And our format has been to choose a game. We're going to choose Gukesh versus Wei Yi, respecting the leader as our marquee game. That's the game we'll focus on. We'll have Kirill and Magnus as our backup for this round. So as we get ready for round 10 of the Blitz, here we see the players getting ready in the playing hall.
And Kirill Shevchenko with the white pieces, with the black.
Now we have to look.
Now we have to look.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he's with the white pieces. White pieces against Magnus Carlsen. I had to do a quick recall of the Blitz encounter, of course.
The wonderful thing about the double round robin format, and I really do mean this in chess, having the white pieces is considered a serious advantage. And so to play the same opponent with the colors reversed is very, very nice. I mean, that's the fairest system, the double round robin.
And there we see Praggnanandhaa arriving to his game against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Vincent Keymer there in the foreground getting ready for his encounter.
And as you were mentioning, the battle for third place is quite intense. 9 rounds of Blitz. That score line can change very, very quickly. And currently Pragg in third.
Well, let's not forget the players have been playing 4 days of intense chess.
I feel it. I'm tired. I'm just the commentator,
it's a question of endurance,
Exactly.
stamina, nerves. And yesterday Wei Yi promised us that he was going to be going into today relaxed, playing his own brand of chess. Well, he has the black pieces against Gukesh.
Nasi, jump in on this one. Are you one of those people who adjust all of their pieces before the game when you sit down?
Of course, I think every
Like-
player.
Every player. I had one Sammy Reshevsky who didn't seem to care.
Really?
His pawns and pieces were all haphazard, all over the board, as Magnus makes his grand entrance.
And he's not late. Did you notice that when he was arriving late, he lost the games, so he changed it up and he went on a 3-win
I wouldn't describe him as early, though. Wait a minute. There we have.
And there we see Grandmaster Natalia Zhukova, a 2-time European champion, who is in Warsaw for the FIDE Chess for Peace program, which supports
A2, A4.
Ukrainian refugees. And a nice smile there from Magnus after A2, A4.
Kirill, no way.
The move of the moment.
Right.
And Kirill, of course, there's no way that
He took right back
on the
that.
board.
I like that.
And the bell has sounded. The players are off, and we're going to be focusing on the game between Gukesh and Wei Yi. And we see Gukesh open with the D pawn. And
What?
look at this. It's London calling.
Another London system. Wow. Okay. It's just, it amazes me, the fashion, the openings, how they come in and out of fashion, I mean to say. And now it's like the London has become everybody's favorite.
Oh, but this is like an accelerated, dirty version of the London. Because usually you go H3 and you give yourself a little hiding place for the bishop on H2 and you just focus on development. This one, wow.
No me gusta. I just
You can see it in the G4 square. And if the plan is not to go H4, H5, what is the idea?
I have no idea. This looks like just something to make a little bit of a game. For me, now that you've weakened the G4 square, thank you very much, I would plant the bishop on G4. Probably you would respond bishop E2. I play knight to D7, planting both C5 and E5 as a way of getting more influence in the center. The move
C6 played.
Well, this is kind of an indication that he's looking for a scrap as well, as Black is planning for E5.
Well, one of the advantages of putting the knight on C6 is that E5 comes with a lot more power because you cannot capture on E5 if a white bishop finds itself on its traditional square of D3.
Of D3.
Queen E8, E5 coming to cinema near you, Yasser.
Well, indeed. I think the move Queen E8 is a really good move here.
Okay, bishop C4.
Okay, we're about to
like
see
this.
E5, and Black has seized the initiative. It's that simple. Bad play.
Totally, but this must be well within Gukesh's preparation. And we do see him blitz out the moves, bishop out to G5. There's no way that Gukesh wanted to exchange pawns in the middle, accelerating the play, whilst his king is stuck there in the center. So we see bishop coming out to G5. This has definitely come from Gajewski's cookbook at home. What is the idea? I don't quite get it. The bishop comes on G4.
With a little bit of a threat.
Yes,
E5,
E4.
E4. Thank you for the pin.
And now the queen, I mean, the queen must move, but where can she move to? A4, bishop takes knight, is that something?
I'm a little bit confused.
Okay, now the bishop drops back to E2.
I think Gukesh is as well. The combination of bishop to C4, back to E2, is not inspiring.
This is a little bit wobbly play by white. I agree with you.
Exactly. Okay, I'm not adverse. Capturing the two bishops, playing H6, provoking my opponent to give up his dark square bishop. I'll bite. Bishop to H6 looks decent. E5, E4 is very, very ambitious,
Well,
as
knight
is knight
moves.
H5.
Now H6 is coming, and the bishop is trapped.
Yeah, basically saying, what are you doing with the white pieces? You're putting your pieces on very, very awkward squares. H7, H6, big threat. And Gukesh, with white, It's already on the back foot.
Right. So I'm thinking, in light of White's play, it's time to do something weird and wonderful, like knight to h2. Move the knight out of the way. The whole point is that after bishop takes bishop, queen takes bishop, and I want to meet h6 with a counter-attacking g4. I haven't fully subscribed to the Indian prodigy school of chess, which, by the way, is very much based on counterattacks.
Right.
You know?
Good luck with that one.
You don't trust it?
Not one bit.
The thing is, though, how are you going to...
Oh, my gosh, he's
look
done
at
it.
this knight h2 on the board.
He's done it. Oh, my gosh. I mean, this is eyes closed. Okay, so let's refute this. Let's just kill it.
Yeah.
If we take on d4, how are you going to capture?
Yeah.
If you take with the c-pawn...
Critical question to me. If I take with the c-pawn...
I'll go h6. You have to go...
I think maybe I'll take with the e-pawn and just breathe a sigh of relief that my bishop is no longer trapped.
Well, we're about to find out.
Yeah, we're going to find out.
Your king will be floating. No, this is just... Okay, it was an experiment. Let's be kind. An experiment not to be repeated. But he tried something, and it just is not panned out. Let's put it.
I mean, how bad is the position after e takes d4?
It's bad.
Okay, and there we see e takes d4 on the board.
Yeah, your pawn's on h4, and you got to ask yourself, why did I do this to myself? Why did I put a pawn on h4?
I agree. The bishop could be sitting pretty there on h2.
Of course.
Sleeping away, getting ready for the middle game action. Instead, it's being questioned on g5.
So, one question I might have is...
and we've been told, and this is the move that we've been told, that f5 is very, very strong, and h6 still in the air.
Just trying to... trap the bishop. I wanted to say, if your g4 is a way of preserving the out-of-control bishop on g5, the move f5 reinforces the threat of h6, traps the bishop.
In fact, I'm very, very worried that if you try to rescue the bishop by just moving the d2 knight out of the way, any square, that f4 will come on the board, and this bishop on g5 still without squares.
Yeah, what can I say? Gukesh put it there, and it's bad. I didn't like what he was doing earlier, and it's just not gotten any better since. I mean, sometimes when you're in the lead...
Okay, so he's gone for g4. Okay, he's deliberately ruining his pawn structure, just trying to accelerate the play. But unfortunately, you do concede even more squares. The f4 square now, a beautiful square for the knight on h5 to eventually jump to.
Exactly. It's just, well, he had to save a piece, and it was a consequence.
Ooh, we do see a very quick trade of queens, and now rook h e1. And now the king goes up to d6. Okay, to me, White's position is full of holes.
Yeah, but...
Is it so bad?
No. It is bad, but Wei Yi, in my opinion, made a really egregious error. He traded queens on e2. He didn't have to do that. He could have taken on g4, knight takes g4, and then played queen f7, asking you, do you want to castle short?
Yes.
No. But if you castle long, queen takes a2 and rook e8. But the queens come off the board. It means that Gukesh is... bad position, but still fighting now. After knight e3, I don't see an immediate material loss, and strangely enough, that's actually a good thing, that we're not losing material right away. Knight e3, knight e6, threatening rook takes f2 is one way the game could proceed.
That's true. And just to update you on the game between Shevchenko and Magnus, Magnus is completely winning.
Good start. Okay, so knight e6. Here we go. This is the big question for Gukesh. Are you going to play a move? I don't know if you like it or not. Something like rook here, and just say kiss this pawn on f2 goodbye, and hope that he's defended it.
He's gone for defense.
Yeah. But now, knight takes g5, h takes g5, and that is a a very, very weak pawn there on the g5 square. Knight to e7.
I agree with that. But white can do some repair work, right? So now white king will... I was planning to go king d3 and then f4.
Rook f4 is a surprise move. I was expecting knight to e7, followed by knight to f5 with a huge advantage. Rook f4 invited knight to d5.
Rook g1 played.
Rook to g1.
Knight d5 still on tap.
Well,
so are you expecting knight e7? Knight e7,
yeah.
sure enough.
Better late than never.
Totally.
Knight e7 with
King
the idea.
re-centralizes itself to d3. I know the ideas of knight to e4 in the air.
Yeah.
Just to maybe...
I would be putting my rook on f8.
And c5,
C5.
Wei Yi, challenging white's pawn construction.
Yes, and at the same time, look, whoops, it was supposed to be in diagonal. Looking to open up the diagonal for his bishop.
Mm-hmm. And, okay, just again to update you, Magnus Carlsen has won with the black pieces against Kirill Shevchenko. And Gukesh, 34 seconds left on the clock. He does get a 2-second time bonus. Wei Yi has just over 1 minute and 10 seconds. And now Wei Yi is going on the offensive, just hounding this knight from c4.
Bad position.
It is a bad position. Oh, the knight finds itself on the edge of the board. And I'm thinking about...
a6.
A6 is a nice move.
Just to keep the knight.
Exactly.
Ooh, king e2. Now this invites knight d5 as well as knight
right?
f5. Two very nice squares. And that rook on e8 turns out to be perfectly, beautifully placed. I'm looking at knight f5 as well as knight d5.
I'm also looking at the rook swinging across the a4.
No, look at that.
Hunting down those weak pawns.
Oh my
because
goodness.
I wanted to play b4, the
And
Ed
rook
Larsen
a1.
approach. Okay, but hang on a second.
That's a bit funny that...
Bishop. There's also bishop takes pawn as well.
he didn't go for it.
He didn't go for it.
Check. Ah, that was what he wanted. He wants to bring his knight to d3, and frankly, the rook was actually in the way on the f4 square. So that was the purpose of rook a4, just to vacate the square with the tempo. And he's back.
Yeah, he's...
And it's beautiful.
It is absolutely beautiful. He
Bishop
has
takes
full
c3.
control. Bishop takes c3, will net a pawn. And the knight is looking at the f2 point with laser focus. Rook e f8, therefore doubling up is good, and that's exactly what Wei Yi has gone for.
Whoa!
Okay, do you cash in your chips with knight takes?
Oh, very
pawn?
much so.
Yeah, he's
Very
reaching
much so.
for it. And Gukesh, 6 seconds left on the clock. And a terrible
Rook e4
position.
check. Rook e4 check. But
18 seconds for Wei Yi. Rook
and
e4 check.
knight goes back to g4.
And knight comes to g4, setting up a pin. King to d3. And yeah, these...
Good play by Wei Yi. Very good play.
And I like how he makes use of the fact that white's knights are connected. They can't really move away from each other. It's just the worst setup for knights.
this
Knight
is
takes
just a
knight, and that's a handshake from Gukesh.
Terrible
and
opening.
Wei Yi in business mode.
It sure is. Let's jump to the game. Oh, no. This is between Prague and Duda.
Yeah.
Yes, there is a...
And again, to update you on some results, Arjun did beat Anish Giri, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov beat Vincent Keymer. This is the final game in progress.
Wow, and what a swindle there. Duda managing to sacrifice his rook for both of White's pawns, and the tide could turn.
Yeah, the e-pawn is motoring, and Praggnanandhaa will
like
have to give material back. And the white king is making a beeline for the h-pawn.
True that.
Oh, he can't quite decide, the hesitation. It's difficult when you only have seconds left. Okay, now you just have to put your knight on g7 and take that pawn on h5. And it's a draw, the only draw of the rounds. Everything else was decided.
Very, very good. And turning it over to you, Nasi. What were some of the highlights that you observed for this round 10 of Blitz?
Right, I was closely following Magnus's game, and I will focus on this game, give you highlights.
The Pirk defense.
He played the Pirk defense.
Yay.
You're opening, right, Yasser?
Right.
So here, after bishop h6, he took on h6. I'm more used to seeing just castle, bishop takes, and then h4, h5. This is a typical position. But Magnus was prepared and took on h6 right away. Queen h6, e5, long castle, queen e7. And I think here Kirill made maybe a slight inaccuracy by taking on e5. Instead, d5 looked really good, weakening the queenside pawns. And if c takes, bishop takes b5. And on d4, we play knight d5, trade the good defender of the king side. And this position is really good for white. Just to show an example, if black makes some typical move like bishop e7 after knight d4, white picks up a free pawn. You can't take back because of rook e1, so white's advantage is huge. So d5 was a very strong move, but instead he traded on e5, and then this sacrifice, bishop takes b5. It's pretty common in Pirk as well, but we don't see it so often. C takes b, knight takes b5. The idea is that black's king remains in the center, so let's sacrifice a piece and try to checkmate the king. King e7, knight g5, including the knight to attack the f7 pawn. Magnus simply defended it with rook f8. And here, the task was quite difficult for Kirill. How to continue? He needed to make some prophylaxis moves like rook d2 to cover the king from this kind of checks when he moved the pawn on f4. Instead, he was a little bit impatient and went f4 right away, which is a bad move. Magnus played rook b8 with some threats on the b file. Again, Kirill had to play rook d2 to be a little bit more prophylactic, but he played queen h4, and after this, Magnus knew he was winning. He went queen e3 check, queen takes f4, queen h6, knight g4. Black is completely dominating, but I will give it to Kirill for trying something interesting here.
Right.
Knight f5 check. It's still losing even if you take with the pawn, but his idea was queen d6 check, don't go to d8 because of queen f8.
Right.
But you go to e8, knight h7. Of course, black's still winning, but at least white still has some play on the board. But Magnus shut all that down by taking it with the queen and getting the material back with knight f2, and here Kirill resigned. So very convincing win for Magnus. He's on fire today.
Okay, convincing wins for Wei Yi.
And let's go to Poland and hear from Cristian about the other games.
Well, actually, not only Magnus is on fire, but also Wei Yi is on fire because he, as you guys already saw, won his game convincingly with the black piece against the struggling Gukesh. This race continues, but still, he's 2.5 points ahead.
I think it's very important for him really not to pay attention what Wei Yi is doing now,
Yes.
because you really can get very nervous.
You can get disappointed,
And
right?
disappointed,
I mean,
yes.
you're winning every game,
But your
your opponent is also winning every
It's
game.
just
and
crazy,
you're running
yes.
out of rounds
Yes.
also. That's the problem.
So
What
he
game were
should
you
just
watching?
be focused on his game. I was watching the game between Nodirbek and Vincent. It's just a crazy, incredible game in the sense that look at the position. It's so even, right?
Looks equal.
I mean, like just you can make a draw, but you know there are no draw offers in this tournament, so they kept playing. And look at this, like how can you actually lose this position? I'm sure Vincent also doesn't know the answer for this question, but look what happened. Just a few moves after. Again, still balanced position. One more exchange. Yes, supposedly after bishop takes f6. How in 5 moves white won? Look at
Especially,
this.
by the way, Vincent is in great shape. He won against Duda yesterday in the
Yes.
Champions Chess Tour, 2.5
Exactly.
to a half.
Very convincingly, yes. And
Yes.
now, I mean, maybe he was also tired playing two events in the same time. So here, he really needed some help, Nodirbek, to win this position. But after knight c4, it's already difficult because this b6 pawn is hanging.
And then you're
Yes.
losing the a5 pawn as
Yes,
well.
as well. So knight b3 seems again logical if you take on b6, but he played knight d6 and bishop has no squares. So
game over.
This is how he lost, yes, and he just resigned after that, yes. I mean, it's a crazy game. Absolutely, like this result, you couldn't predict it at all. I mean, after the opening and after all these major exchanges.
I have to say, I'm impressed by Nodirbek. We know that he can play this type of brilliant chess, right? But to outplay such a strong player,
yes,
such as Vincent in this equal
He's
position.
lucky. Remember his game against Magnus when he won with
There's some hypnosis.
Yes.
You remember Nodirbek also being one move away from getting checkmated against Vincent. And then somehow he hypnotized him and survived.
Yes.
Take a look at this. I want to look at the game between Arjun and Anish. And it was Ragozin, very typical stuff, but it did seem like Arjun knew exactly what to do better than his opponent. But at the same time, Anish equalized the position from an objective point of view. But from a practical perspective, I still have to say White has a slight edge. Knight to b3 and queen to c4. And in fact, queen to c4 is not the best move in the position. Better would have been to play bishop to c4. And this leads to more or less equal positions after knight takes d2. Exchanges all throughout, and I'm going to be able to defend my bishop on c5 with queen to e7. What he did was take more risks, because right now it does look like black only has one way to get out of this situation. And that is via knight takes d2, which is not an easy decision, because you see rook takes d2, you
yes,
see two pieces.
bishop is hanging, queen is hanging.
Exactly.
What you can play?
Bishop to d6.
Oh no, okay, this is sometimes difficult to
self-pin like this, not easy, especially if you see ideas of knight to c5,
yes,
maybe knight to b7 after that. It looks dangerous, but in fact, it's not, because White still has two more moves to finish his development. Bishop to e2, castle, and in between, once you play knight takes b7, well, first of all, I can just simply take on b2, and you can see the difference in pieces. The
already
king,
black is doing well, yes, after
much
that.
better. What he did was queen to d5. And this is a huge mistake, in fact, a blunder. But it's not so obvious. It's because of this move, bishop to c3. I'm attacking your queen. I'm forcing you to take on c4. Take a look at this. Now you have two pieces under attack. You move the knight. First of all, you don't have where to move the knight. And then even if you move it, you lose the bishop on c5.
Yes.
You have to give up a pawn. But unfortunately, this is just bishop pair and an extra pawn for White. And he converted his advantage, in fact, very quickly. Rook to c1. Pin it on the c file after h5, and he had to resign after b4 because you lose a piece. Convincing win for Arjun, and we remember he was very good yesterday.
Yes.
He started 4.5 out of 5, so definitely a player to watch in the upcoming rounds. Guys, a lot of exciting chess, but still that race continues. Back to you in the studio. We'll see you after round 2.
Thank you, Cristian and Anastasiya. 2 wins by our tournament leader. Our standings after 10 rounds of Blitz.
And there you see Wei Yi. He maintains his 2.5-point lead with that victory over Gukesh. He's on 21.5 points. Magnus Carlsen, they're chasing with 19 points. Arjun, Erigaisi and Praggnanandhaa are now tied for 3rd place with 15 points, and Abdusattorov is also creeping up the points with his victory there, 13.5 points, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda is tied for 5th place as well.
The battle for 3rd is intense. Tell us about our pairings for round 11 coming up shortly.
And I expect maximum drama for this one. Magnus Carlsen now has the white pieces against Praggnanandhaa. Remember, Magnus himself highlighted his game against Praggnanandhaa yesterday as the start of some kind of blip. Vincent Keymer will face Wei Yi, Jan-Krzysztof Duda plays Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Anish Giri plays Kirill Shevchenko, and Arjun Erigaisi. Can he maintain his winning form as he plays white against Gukesh?
Magnus versus Pragg, that will be our marquee matchup, and Vincent and Wei Yi will be our backup plan. We reached that time of the program where we want to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and see what's on special. Well, let's have a look. Take home a memento, the strongest chess club in the country, with these branded t-shirts. They're made of 100% cotton. These shirts proudly present the St. Louis Chess Club logo on the front, and they are available for you at QBoutiqueSTL.com. In fact, do all your chess shopping needs at Q Boutique. Nice shirts.
Beautiful.
Can't wait.
Yep.
One of these days.
I want to see you model these.
Yes. One of these days.
There in the corner.
Ready to go. Ready to go. Anything special stood out for you these the first round? Usually it indicates what kind of form you're in.
Yeah, I'm expecting Magnus and Wei Yi to just win all the games.
They seem unstoppable until that clash in the 4th round. That's when they play one another.
Yeah, I think Magnus might be frustrated because he just won such a quick, beautiful game, and then looks at the scores and Wei Yi wins again. It's like, what can I do? How can I catch this guy if he keeps winning every game? The black pieces against Gukesh.
Exactly.
So, I don't know, I think...
Must be frustrating, right? Because Gukesh experimented in the opening and he didn't really get a game.
Yeah, exactly.
And if that's going to be the pattern the rest of the tournament, then it's going to be especially frustrating because it's out of Magnus's hands.
Of course. Let's take a look at the Grand Chess Tour. And remember, there's 5 wild cards in this event. But upcoming, we will have our tour players playing all together in Bucharest. And here they are. What a field.
Absolutely. Fabiano Caruana, Yana Pomeshik, Abdusattorov, Alireza Firouzja. I mean, it just keeps on going on. And you're going to see these players in action in both the classics and 2 out of the 3 Rapid and Blitz events.
It's really shocking to me see Gukesh, our challenger, sitting there at the bottom of the list of players. And they all invited, of course, by merit. It's that's the way it works. No favorites.
And Magnus Carlsen, our wildcard, of course, he's playing here, but he's also playing in the next Rapid and Blitz event.
Yes.
Yeah.
In Croatia.
Yes.
Looking forward to that one as we're getting ready for round 11 coming up. For me, I'm a little bit astounded by Wei Yi's, not just his score, but also it seems like his opponent his opponents are coming to his aid. Like this game that Gukesh just played was remarkably bad. I mean, I don't want to look at the accuracy there because it just seemed to me that he just did so many things wrong. And Wei Yi played a solid, good game. Nothing wrong with his play, but his opponents are helping.
And here we have a little bit of a preview of the man of the moment, Wei Yi. Remember yesterday, he managed to get back to his winning ways by defeating Vincent Keymer. And this was the moment where luck, Lady Luck, I should say, smiled on him big time because he escaped a completely lost position against Magnus Carlsen.
Yes, he did.
And then he proceeded to do a lot more Houdini-like miracle escapes. But I think that's to do with his grit and resourcefulness. He doesn't collapse. He maintains their chances.
You said it very well. Actually, I said he scored 7.5 out of 9. You said he scored 7.5 out of 8, which is even more impressive because he did start with a loss yesterday. Starting with a win feels good.
I think this was the first game that Gukesh played badly. We see him on the bottom of the field, but as Jovi said yesterday, he's playing very good chess, just in time trouble. When he has 5 seconds, that's when he makes blunders. But today, from the opening, maybe this is a good game against London.
There we see Gukesh, the forthcoming World Championship challenger.
And he said himself during the interviews, this is not his favorite time control.
No.
He's only 17 years old.
Exactly. Ridiculous.
He hasn't played that many Blitz tournaments against his top players.
And let's not also forget that he's been training for the candidates. That has been his goal for this year. And it's very difficult to then go on and play a different event after you've attained your goal. You kind of have to adjust your mindset. So this is just excellent training for Gukesh.
Exactly. I couldn't agree with you more. Once you've had your focus and somehow you realize your goal, right? You know, you wanted to become the challenger. You wanted to win the candidates. You've done that. You're in a kind of a cloud of euphoria. It's like, okay, everything else just kind of feels good. This is a training, and very, very good training. The world's best players to train against. But still, you're competitive as well.
Of course.
You know, if you're here, you're competing, you want to win. So for Gukesh, he's looking around and going, Argh.
I can see Vincent Keymer and Wei Yi sat at the board. The jackets are off. Yasser. These two mean business against each other. And Wei Yi actually begins with a double black.
Now, they weren't actually junior competitors because I think there's like a 5-year age gap or something between them, right?
Yeah, not between Wei Yi, but certainly Vincent, Keymer, Erigaisi, Gukesh, Praggnanandhaa,
No,
rivals.
they clash a lot coming up the world rankings. But Wei Yi...
And this is going to be our match that we're going to be focusing on. Magnus Carlsen against Praggnanandhaa. Magnus with the white pieces.
And remind our viewers again, Magnus got tilted yesterday by Prague. What happened?
Well, he played some superb chess, excellent opening, if I might say so myself.
Exactly.
Caracan, can't go wrong with that. And then,
Right.
it looked like he was outplaying Praggnanandhaa, but when the players found themselves in time trouble, that's when Magnus just cracked.
And there was a slip.
Overextended.
Got
and
himself into queen ending.
Absolutely. And Praggnanandhaa, you give him one sniff of an initiative, and that's it.
Well, he kept it, and he won a long, long battle in a queen ending. And that really tilted because, we have another
Jan-Krzysztof
opening
Duda against,
ceremonial move there. I'm not
And that
sure.
was played by Jan Donachik, who's a young chess enthusiast there.
Wow, thank you. Thank you to John. But yes, Magnus lost that game. He went on to lose a second game. When do you hear of Magnus losing 2 games in a row? And, well, here we go. Will he get his revenge from yesterday's shock defeat?
Well, d4, knight f6, c4, and is Praggnanandhaa
Bogo Indian, bishop
I was
b4 check.
see whether he was going to challenge in the center, and Praggnanandhaa says no. Okay, he blocked the check with a knight, and now he's capturing that knight with the queen. What do we think about this type of position? It's a solid one for black.
It's a long, long theory. I used to enjoy playing the white side of this line of the Bogo Indian. When my opponents played knight d2, I didn't like going for this particular setup because after the move bishop b2, you'll say to yourself, well, this bishop is actually on a poor diagonal. And that is the case. It truly is. But it also means that whenever you play c7, c5, you're doing me a solid favor.
Yeah, totally.
Open up that diagonal. Thank you. So it means that for black, it's very hard for black to get counterplay in the center based upon c5 and or e5 because you'll do so at the cost of opening up the bishop. Now, bishop e2, I don't think that was a very accurate move by Magnus. Rook c1, rook d1, queen c2, much more common. Bishop e2, and Pragg said, okay, you're losing a tempo. I'll play d takes c5, and you can see that Magnus has played bishop e2 and bishop takes c4. So now there is one critical question to ask. Should I capture on f3 and double the pawns? You're
As
shaking
much
your head.
as I
No?
like to inflict some pawn weaknesses on my opponent, in this case, no, the bishop is beautiful there on the long diagonal.
Well, look
and
what he's done.
Praggnanandhaa decides to accelerate the play, strike whilst the white king is in the middle of the board. I mean, yes, this bishop on b2 looks very impressive now, but it actually is not participating in anything concrete. You know, black has access to the beautiful e4 square. The queen can centralize, the 2 rooks can connect. I'm a big fan of connecting rooks.
Yeah, of course, we should. We should all aspire to connect our rooks. I'll have to disagree with you, though. That bishop on b2, it's going to be a lurking monster for quite a while. You're right, nothing concrete and immediate. No. Nothing concrete and immediate for white, but there's always, the threat is stronger than the execution. One day when that diagonal is open, it's going to be a big, massive advantage white. We'll see what Pragg is going to do. He's got to do something rather quickly, and he might even be thinking already about moves like b5, bishop takes b5, and queen a5 check as a way of getting some counterplay. If white is allowed simply castles, bring the rooks to the center.
Then white has that small edge.
Well, he's got the 2 bishops.
Yes.
And our predecessors called it a minor exchange. You
Okay.
won.
Well, I have a question for you. If you capture on d4, which way are you recapturing? And Praggnanandhaa has
Bishop
gone
takes.
for it, bishop takes. And here...
And he played after bishop takes some moves. I
He's
saw the
taken. And now the big question is, how are you going to harass these bishops?
Well, again, I'm going to play castles and
Yeah,
bring
exactly.
my rook
Rooks
to the center.
to the center.
You're
and then
welcome to
start
play
eyeballing
e5.
the queen.
You're welcome to play e5 if
Yeah,
you like. I
you
mean,
need to
not
prepare it,
immediately.
right, yeah.
Doesn't matter. After you play e5, I've castled. I'll put my bishop back on b2. My bishop on c4 will be looking pretty good, lurking, if you won't. And your knights won't have really
But he's gone
squares.
for a6, your idea of playing b5 and just asking questions to the light square bishop. But queen b2, setting up a battery on those dark squares.
Yeah, and looking to redeploy his bishop back to e2 after the move b6, b5. Not convincing play, but even so, after a little hesitation by Magnus, still like his two bishops. I like the dark square bishop on the long diagonal, and well,
Okay,
here we go.
Bishop takes knight. Pawn structure has been crippled
Compromised.
somewhat. Yeah, and now queen to e7.
Okay, so
Okay.
here's a key moment. Question for ourselves, do we want to allow e5 or not? Personally, I'm castling, getting my king out of danger and allowing e6, e5. Others might like the move f4 just to slow down e5.
I'm of the f4 idea.
You're on the f5.
Yes, because I also feel that it's very helpful because this light square bishop doesn't want to be on c4. It actually wants to be on the long diagonal, either on f3, g2, just to protect the king somewhat. And, okay, well, Magnus has gone for your suggestion of castling.
Sure.
And now we've got to accelerate the play. Because otherwise, if the happy moves are allowed, then white is going to be comfortably better with the bishop pair. And b5,
Bishop e2.
bishop retreats, and now I'm expecting e5.
And he's done it.
Get
Bishop.
going, yes.
There was a big threat, by the way. The threat was to play bishop to b4, so the move knight d5 was well timed. It not only stopped bishop b4, but also attacked the bishop, and Magnus very quickly said, my advantage in the position is the two bishops. I want to preserve them. Bishop a5.
And in terms of the clock time, we see that
Yes.
Pragg is actually lagging seriously behind on the clock. It's now down to 1 minute and 15 seconds, whereas Magnus, 3 minutes and 46. He has
That's
all
a
the
comfy.
time in the world.
That's a comfortable advantage. If I'm in white shoes, I'm very eager to play the move king h1 and rook g1, utilizing the g file so I can play for f4. I was wondering about queen h4 for Pragg to post up. He didn't do it, and again, I'm kind of expecting the move king h1 followed by rook g1. Those half-open g files can be useful. Nope.
Again, rook c1.
Playing for the open c file, rook c1.
Okay, but there's no entry points as of yet.
No.
So Pragg
c6,
just plays rook
c7.
a c8. I see an open king and I want to head that direction. And so I was expecting maybe f5. And, well, we see the trade of rooks.
And Magnus is saying with the rooks off the board,
But this
any
must be good for white.
Oh yeah, well it's been good for white ever since the two bishops. I want to say that the slight vulnerability with the rooks off the board of the white king is lessened. There's no rook checks. Good move. Knight to e7, covering the c8 square. Maybe playing for knight c6 as well. Ooh.
And just to update you
Please.
on some news between Vincent Keymer and Wei Yi. Wei Yi in trouble against Vincent Keymer.
That's an alert.
So if Magnus wins and Wei Yi loses,
We're getting a little tight.
1.5 point difference.
The gap could narrow, but it's a 2.5 point gap. That's huge. By the way, queen c7 was a really nice move, and so was a4. Again, that whole point is that when you think about chess in the sense that we're both starting with 8 pawns, over the course of the game, it's natural that we will trade pawns. As we trade pawns, the position opens up, and as the position opens up,
but look
the
at
bishops start to assert
And
themselves.
talking about the bishop,
Well, that's the
bishop
point.
has come in to c4, attacking the queen. The queen has limited squares to go to on account of those vulnerable knights.
Exactly. For example, a move like queen c6 allows queen d8 check, and queen takes
17 seconds, ticking down.
versus 2.5 minutes.
Pragg goes for the counterattack, knight to d5, probably the
Well,
best shot. But
Counterattack is one way of putting it. Self-pinning is
Self-pinning is
another
another
way
one.
of putting it. Okay, we're attacking the queen. We've got queen c8 check, followed by recapturing on a4. Is there something more?
Well, you also have the queen giving a check and then e4. That's a possibility as well.
Yes.
Although you
Taking
then
advantage
have
of
to
the pin.
work out the consequences because black does have an asset there on a4.
We've always got to cover with a. I love queen c8 check, followed by e4. I think Magnus is trying to understand in his mind mentally what's the difference. Which check will be better? Check on d8, check on c8, play e4. You can't play e4 immediately because our queen is hanging.
He's gone
and
for queen
queen
c8.
c8 check, and we would assume e4 is his next follow-up. As you say, there is an
7
a pawn.
seconds. And he decides first to capture on a4.
Okay.
Eliminate the risk there. He has e4 in his pocket. How is black going to get out of the pin? And Pragg quickly puts the queen on d6.
Allowing queen takes a6.
Yeah.
Let's snip a pawn.
And Magnus goes for it.
And very quickly, you can't trade queens. That's just acquiescing to a lost game. Now I think it's time to just come back, whether to e2 or f1. Enjoy the fact that we're actually a pawn to the good, and we're in a little bit of a pin as well. Queen to c5. Okay. Well, now it's time to queen b5.
b5. And now
Bet.
queen c2. Pragg is trying.
Oh, yes, he
This
is.
is just... he's in hustle mode.
Yes.
And knight takes bishop, and
Ooh, there
Magnus
goes a
wins
pawn.
the e5 pawn with check. Pragg, 6 seconds on the clock.
Will we see another queen ending? Queen check, queen takes b6, queen takes e2, king b7, king g2. Sorry,
Yeah.
we're up 2 pawns and a queen ending. That should be enough.
That's very clinical. And
Very nice.
also another possibility is perhaps to go a5.
Yes, also very strong.
And again, to update you on the results, Gukesh won against his countrymate Arjun Erigaisi. So nice bounce back there from
Bishop
17-year-old.
b5. Too many pawns. Too many pawns. You like that? That was
Very good.
my attempt at humor. Har, har. Too early. Bishop b5, trying to play good minor piece versus bad minor piece. In other words, dominate the knight.
a4, the knight moves quickly to c8. But the white king is completely safe, and this bishop is dominant. And we see a handshake there from Praggnanandhaa.
Wow, very
And
impressive game by Magnus.
He means business.
He does. Now, what happened in the Wei Yi game? Let's jump to Vincent and Wei Yi. We're going to move over there. Vincent is enjoying an exchange up, but the bishop on d5, it looks like a big pawn. Well, bad bishops defend good pawns. Those are nice pawns on c4 and e4. 9 seconds.
Wei Yi, 8 seconds.
Ooh.
Vincent Keymer doesn't have too much time either. He's only on 6 seconds, and Wei Yi will have to show all of that grit and resourcefulness that he's displayed
Yes, he
in order
will.
to hold this one.
Pawn down and weak
Totally.
pawns as well. Weak pawns.
And Vincent marching up with the a-pawn, rook a8.
Time trouble is a key factor at this moment.
Totally. Both players have to hold their nerve. Easier said than done when you only have 4 seconds left on the clock. Players are getting a 2-second time bonus per move, and we see Vincent give a check to the black
Rook is
king,
coming to
and now the
d4.
rook is coming to d7.
Yes, it is.
Oh,
Vincent's taking over here. He's playing this very, very well.
well, Wei Yi, he's making clever moves with his queen, attacking the weak c3 pawn.
Well,
Keeping hopes alive.
Vincent just clipped another pawn on b7 for free, and he's getting ready to just escort his A-pawn.
Yeah,
Rook
but
to A1.
take a look at Wei Yi. He's setting up a nice defense. He's activated his queen there on D3. Now it's on C2. He's corralling the A-pawn.
Strange decision by Vincent to play. Just sacrifice a pawn.
This is within
queen
the
to B1.
realms of saving it. And
Well, queen endings are notoriously difficult. I still think that this should be a dominant win for white because the extra pawn, the safer king, and he can go h4, h5, and nurse his pawns forwards.
But Vincent Keymer really needs to make sure that his king is never in danger of getting checked.
Well,
until
here we
with
just pick up a
perpetuity.
pawn for 3.
Yeah, so here now the c-pawn drops.
Yep, that's it.
Vincent,
Munched it.
in good shape.
Yes, he's got this.
2 seconds.
Yeah, he's got this.
And now the c-pawn is
Queen at
rolling down the
F5.
board. Oh!
A mad queen.
Oh my God!
Queen h2,
Are we
king
gonna,
f1.
it's a draw. It's a draw. You can't escape the checks. The king
No,
is
queen
stalemated.
d1. Queen d1.
And it's a draw. Wei Yi does it again. He pulls the rabbit out of the hat and
How
it's a
lucky.
miracle save.
How lucky can a single player be in a single tournament? I didn't understand, just at the end, very, very quickly. Queen f5 check, king f8. What do you do when you're up a pawn? Trade queens. First thing you do, check. King h7, this should be hardwired into your mind. Trade the queens.
Right, but when you have
Instead-
seconds left on the clock
No,
and
you
you're
don't.
just playing on instinct,
Hardwired.
hardwired. Okay, so it should be automatic.
Checkmated.
But look at this there. We
And
see
there's Magnus.
watching.
Magnus is cheering Vincent on. Go, go. Win this game. Come on, Vincent. You can do it.
Then he puts his queen on f7.
The one thing he didn't have to allow, stalemate, he did. That was egregious.
Yeah.
And especially
there
because
was-
it was a check.
Yeah.
Wow. Thrills and spills. On the verge of victory.
I mean, that's
Making a
winner's
draw.
luck, right? How else can we explain that?
That's inexplicable.
But I'll show you some moments in this game how Wei Yi ended up in the lost position.
Please.
So it was an unconventional opening, but his position was fine. Here, he needed to play this move knight c7 with the idea that anytime white plays b4, black can meet with a5 and everything's good on the queen side. Instead, he played rook d8, normal looking move, but this bishop d3 move was very smart. He's provoking g6. If you play g6, however, it's not good for black. There's no immediate checkmate, but computer says after just simply knight f3, white is crushing. So after bishop d3, Wei Yi didn't play g6, went e4, but this is not good for his structure. It makes his bishop even worse. So after bishop e2, f5, now b4, and throughout the rest of the game, white was just dominating. Vincent played a fantastic game, just kept increasing his advantage. I'll show you one more moment later here, bishop f5. There was maybe some chance for Wei Yi here to play g6, some tactical resource with the idea after bishop e4, knight a3. You're losing your bishop, but Vincent is still winning here after queen b2, bishop b4, queen b7. And then rook's coming down the 7th rank.
Right.
So Vincent was completely dominating this game. And I don't know what happened at the very end. It was just missing the... Yeah, just forgetting about the stalemate.
Well, again, queen f8 check and queen f7. Oh, f5. Oh.
Yeah, this was absolutely crazy. I have one more moment to show you that was also completely unexpected. I was following the game between Duda and Abdusattorov, and it was a completely draw game. Entire game, there was no advantage for anyone, very equal. And at the very, very end, last two moves, Nodirbek plays f4, and Duda plays bishop d2, completely losing move.
Bishop to d2?
Yes,
Crazy
this
move.
is just time trouble. There's no other explanation. f3, and Nodirbek got two passed pawns that were impossible to stop.
Nice.
Instead, a simple move like take the hanging knight would be a draw, but it's actually not that simple because it's still black who has chances here. Let's say f3, king h8. I mean, of course, you can repeat. I shouldn't say black has chances, but if
Right.
white tries to win, then they can overpush. For example, here, after before, same thing as
The
in
brides,
the game.
what you're like,
The
the
trousers
bridesmaids.
legs.
The
Two pawns.
trousers legs, that's
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
So you have absolutely crazy end games in both games here and in Wei. Let's go to Poland to hear about the other two games from Anastasiya and Cristian.
Thank you, Nazi. What an amazing end to that game of Wei and Magnus watching it. I mean, that was a crucial save for Wei Yi because he preserves a 2-point lead with that draw. It's crucial because right now, if he loses 2 games and Magnus gains 2 points in the process, well, at least he's going to go to the tie breaks. If he would have lost that one, he would have been out. But just an incredible save, I have to say.
And Magnus was watching it. Yes, I told you he shouldn't do this. You
I'm
know,
not
he
sure
should
for
just
how long, but he was definitely watching.
Definitely watching,
Yes.
and for sure he saw that he was losing,
Oh,
right?
yes.
And then you know what happened at the end. So we can see him now watching the game. So he keeps watching this. I don't think it's a good idea. You know, you can really, if he would have seen this stalemate, I mean, you can break your heart.
Do you think he's doing it to put more pressure on Wei Yi? You know, Wei Yi seeing Magnus watching over
all
him.
the time. I don't know. I'm sure he knows already that Magnus is trying to catch up with him. Definitely. Yeah, look at he's watching. He keeps watching,
Showing
torturing
some
himself.
spells
You know.
on Wei Yi. Anastasiya, what game we're looking at?
I was checking the game between Anish, Giri and Kirill Shevchenko. I must say that it seems like these knights on a4 and c5, they're not doing so well. You know, you really want to bring them into the game, and I think that's why here at this position, Anish Giri decided to take knight e4. It looks normal to take with the pawn, but probably he didn't like some ideas with bishop d7 and the knights. You know, maybe first bishop g4 and then asking for f3 and then maybe bishop d7, you know, and then you have to find a way how to make sure that knight
And the king
is not
is a bit
lost. Yes, and
weaker,
king is a
Yes.
bit weaker. So he decided to play knight e4, but after that only Kirill could try to make something out of it because he has an extra pawn, and later on he was defending very well, but it really took some energy to save this position. Yeah, I mean, you understand that it's opposite color bishops,
Oh, but
still,
this is not easy.
It's not easy,
This
yes.
is truly not easy.
He
yes.
showed really good technique, but kudos to Kirill, trying still to squeeze something out of this position. He tried until the end, until they really exchanged most of the pawns and most of the pieces. The game finished in a draw. Cristian, what did you check?
I was checking the battle of the Indian players, the one between Arjun, Erigaisi, and Gukesh. And Gukesh, again, he's been struggling in this event, but it's not for the lack of getting good positions. The openings are usually going tremendously well for him, but unfortunately in those last few moments, he usually stumbles. He did not stumble in this one. Take a look at this one. Bishop takes a3, knight to f8. There's an attack brewing on the king side, but you wouldn't say so. In fact, it's because black has this pawn on e4, which gives him more space, and I'm going to be able to use that to my advantage, especially if you give me some time. And at this point, white played the move b4, which is in fact a bad move in the position. What he had to do is to realize that he's in a slightly worse position. Exchange everything. Take on f8, take on a8, go queen to a1 and try to make
simplify it,
simplify
yes.
the position, of course. And now this knight on f8, as we will see later on in the game, is extremely important because it leads to another piece coming into the attack. He played the move b4, which, by the way, it's a very natural move. You want to expand on the queen side and try to break the pawn formation and, you know, get the advantage on the queen side. Queen to b3, bishop to h3. The problem is, I'm first. I'm going to open up your king first, and I have enough forces around your king with the queen and the 2 knights coming into play to potentially
Maybe a
give,
rook also.
maybe
yes.
even a rook,
Yeah,
if you
well.
give me enough time, right? And after knight g6, take queen to g4. Big idea with knight to h4. You see, if you would
Knight
have
f3.
exchanged that knight, then knight h4
Yeah,
is
you're
not going
right.
to be
It was
working.
a very important moment.
Get out, king to h1, but unfortunately that allows my queen to come into play. Rook to a2, try to defend on the second rank. For example,
Yeah.
if you take on f2, maybe
Take
I
on
can have
f4.
ideas of knight takes
But
e4.
queen f3,
Queen f3 is still completely winning.
Yes.
It's bad.
Yeah,
it's a bad
yes.
position.
You can
right?
see it. Like white is playing without a piece. Yes, this bishop on a3 is not helping.
Not doing
yes,
anything.
and queen on b3 also doesn't help to defend the king.
Precisely. And after knight to g4, unfortunately, it's just game over. Because I'm going to take on f2 with the knight, and I'm going to deliver the checkmate after take. I'm going to take everything, but it doesn't really matter. I'm going to finally break through, take the piece,
Yeah.
and the game is over. Just a beautiful execution
Powerful
by
game,
Gukesh.
yes. Yes, I like
and
very
he
much.
needed that, right? Guys, back to you in the studio. Round 3 coming up shortly.
Absolutely. And tell us about the standings after 11 rounds.
Yes.
Exciting blitz.
And here we see Wei Yi with that draw. Well, he's on 22 points. Magnus Carlsen just 2 points behind him now. Magnus has narrowed the gap somewhat. Arjun Erigaisi there in third place with 15 points, as is Praggnanandhaa, but half a point behind them. Abdusattorov is climbing up the leaderboard. Anything can happen when it comes to third place, because remember, they are playing for a lot of money. So let's take a look at the pairings. And these are the pairings for round 12. And this time, Nodirbek Abdusattorov has the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. Wei Yi will play Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and Praggnanandhaa will face off against Anish Giri. Kirill Shevchenko plays Arjun Erigaisi, and Gukesh will meet the might of Germany, Vincent Keymer.
The might of Germany. That's nice. And as we go on a short break before the start of round 3, we asked the players, what is the difference between a good player and an excellent player? I think I know the answer.
What is it?
I'm not going to share. You have to watch the show.
I think a lot of things. The pure chest strength, I guess there's not a lot of difference, but the mentality or physical fitness, I mean, there are a lot of things to get the edge you need.
Yeah, I think the good chess player, the great one, they're very similar. But I think usually in the end, somehow great chess player prevails. So it looks like even, but in the end, always the great one wins.
I think good chess players are the ones who can just play good, and the great chess players are who can also control their nerves to do well in critical moments, and also to bounce back well after the tough game or tough moment within the same game.
I think mentality. You have to be really confident and to be very ambitious. Yeah, those are the two main things I would say within mentality that separates the best from the good.
No, I think the great chess player, kind of doesn't have bad results, like ever, like really, really bad. Like for example, you don't really, can come up with some very bad Magnus result. For example, like, I don't know, -4 or -5. Can you? I mean, I can't. Yeah? I think it's also about the ability to make very, very huge scores at times. Then you are being recognized as a great player.
Truly a great player. I think you kind of keep your schedule, like daily routine. You do exercises, you do chess every day, and you're kind of into it. So I would say, yeah, one of the differences is to be just to be into it.
I think you need to keep to train a lot. I mean, you need to keep to play chess every day. And that's very important for you to be a great chess player.
Many factors, but the most important is how bad you want it and the amount of work you are willing to put in this. I mean, I'm pretty sure that 70-80% of the young talented chess players are born with a more or less same talent, and that only depends how much you put efforts in this.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question actually, because if you look at some, let's say, very good grandmasters 2600 rating, they are able to play great chess, but still there's something that makes a difference, and I think there's not that much magic behind it. It's just basically more knowledge and a little bit more greatness in the details, which just makes a difference. Yeah, that most people will not see where the difference is, but when you're at the board and you're playing someone of 2600 strings or Magnus, you will feel the difference. Yeah.
I think there are several things that makes a player perform great compared to good. I think a great chess player a lot of times doesn't think too much. A great chess player just plays and lets the flow sort of dictate what you're gonna do. Apart from that, it's very hard to say because it's always these little small things that are hard to quantify, and that sometimes I don't even understand.
And it is round 12 on the final day of the Superbet Rapid and Blitz in Poland.
The extraordinary streak of Wei Yi continues as he snatches a draw from an absolutely atrocious lost position. And the standings, Magnus has narrowed the gap by just half a point.
Just half a point. Wei Yi still at the top with 22 points. Magnus Carlsen now 2 points behind him with 20 points. Magnus in very much in business mode. Arjun, Erigaisi, Praggnanandhaa still joint third place. They're on 15 points. But Abdusattorov, he is climbing up the standings with 14.5 points. And this is going to be our marquee matchup. Wei Yi against Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Wei Yi, white pieces versus Duda. And yesterday's match, I'm just thinking about it.
He won. Wei, literally, you just need to remember. And
yes.
There we have our ceremonial first move being played by women's FIDE master Irina Barchuk, winner of the 2024 Superbet Poland Grand Prix.
Congratulations to Irina. And what move did she choose, by the way? It's not on the board.
Well,
if it was A4, bravo.
And there we see knight f3 there from Wei Yi. And he's gone for e3, now c4. He employed this yesterday with a lot of success.
And we're back to these Reti queens, fianchettos with bishop to b2. I really want to give Nepo a great deal of credit because he was really infusing new ideas into this centuries-old line. Castles. And you can't get more conventional than this. We're told castle early. So do it in the least amount of moves that you can, and definitely Duda has done that.
And black has just broken with d5, which saw Wei Yi make a trade of pawns.
Was this the game where we saw d4
yeah, we did see
knight
d4.
a4 and all that good business?
But instead, now I'm expecting Wei Yi to play d4 himself, unless he wants to do d3 and go for something like that.
Duda on move. Duda on move. Will Duda play knight c6 and allow your d3 or d4, or will he try to essay the move
right.
d4?
I hadn't quite noticed that Wei Yi has played rook c1. I was expecting d4 because I get very, very anxious when I give my opponent the center.
Exactly.
But rook c1 played. And
knight c6,
knight c6,
okay.
knight to a4.
Tickling the pawn and just saying, okay, if you play b7, b6,
now d4.
Pay attention, I want to play d4, exactly.
Okay, so how to defend that? Jump with the knight into the center.
Knight e4 gets tickled with d3. I think b6, whether you like it or not, is obliged. b6, for example, let's just put some moves on the board. b6, b4, knight e4 is a way of defending the pawn on c5. Maybe on a good day you get to play bishop f6, but we'll see what Duda essays right here. He has done b6.
Okay.
I don't think he had much of a choice, Jovi, on that one.
Well, there is the possibility of defending with the knight so that if d3 happens, the king is there on an open diagonal. But that's the tactical way, how to defend the pawn.
Defend tactically.
Yes. And
d4, here it comes.
Played, putting pressure on c5. Remember, you cannot capture on d4 because the knight is loose, unprotected on c6. As knight e4 more or less forced.
Exactly. So the players have caught up with us, so to speak. Knight to e4, defending the pawn on c5, inviting bishop to d3, but bishop d3 will likely be met by knight b4. Bishop to b5, how do you like them apples? I think bishop b5 is a good move.
Yeah, and the question is how to defend that knight. Do you defend with the bishop to d7, or do you put it on b7 where it just is a little bit passive? You kind of want to put it on... Oh, well, hang on a second.
The question has been asked. How do you want to defend the knight?
It will be answered, and the bishop puts itself on b7.
Castles.
I wasn't that enthusiastic about putting the bishop on b7 because, yes, it can be a magnificent piece if the position opens up, but for the time being, it's looking at his pawn.
Yes. I think the hanging pawn structure is more or less inevitable. That d4 takes c5, b takes c5 is going to occur, and then we have the famous hanging pawn structure on c5 and d5. Normally speaking, with all the pieces on the board, it's favorable for the player with the hanging pawns to have as many pieces on the board. So the jury's still out. Who's got the advantage? Yeah. It's very, very tense. Queen e2, more or less stopping
A6,
the possibility of a6.
And that's a very, very good move, because
Agreed.
a6 was very annoying. And now white, I suspect white will play with a lot of tension on the board. I was thinking rook c2 and double up on the c line.
Rook c2, double up?
There are questions, right? The knight can jump into b4.
Be careful for that one, you're right.
Okay, still.
I just like connecting the rooks. I'm one of those classical development kind of guys. Bring the rook to the center, rook f1 to d1. Ask black a salient question. What's your plan?
And, well, I also have some news to update you with.
What's the news?
Abdusattorov is in big trouble against one and only Magnus Carlsen. Magnus has really come today in a determined mood, and he's leveled up from yesterday.
Well, don't forget that Magnus left the playing hall yesterday with a hat trick, 3 in a row. So he's on a cinco.
Yes, he is on a cinco. That's very impressive, and he wins one more. He's on 6 wins in a row. I don't know what that's called.
I don't know either.
Invincible.
Castling queenside, back to back. Trios. Queen to d6. A little bit awkward looking move, but on the other hand, black is considering to get his queen over to the king side. Rook to d1. With this move, rook to d1, comes some issues. Bishop a3 is a potential one. Bishop to d3. Ideas of bishop takes e4 in that case.
Can you also refocus your attentions and now start looking at the d5 pawn as well? So the queen moves over to g6.
My spidey sense is tingling. Why can't I take that?
But do you want to go there?
Oh, gosh, yes. Oh, no. It's not only a question of winning a pawn, but it's a question of, electrocuting the attack. I want to play rook takes d5, followed by rook to d7. And then I'm asking, who's attacking whom, right? So I've won a pawn, and here the question. Rook takes d5, knight to d4.
I've just been told that winning 6 in a row is called a double hat trick. So it's kind of similar to your double castle queen side.
A hat trick. Rook takes d5, knight d4. That's the analysis. Maybe it just stops right there. That's just a very good answer. And the pawn's untouchable. In which case, if the pawn is untouchable, the idea of bishop takes c6 and knight e5 starts to be attractive.
Yeah.
And he's played it. Bishop takes c6.
And queen takes c6.
In order to avoid...
Knight e5.
Yeah. Knight e5. Now, the queen, if it goes to e6, just hanging about, what is the follow-up for Wei Yi?
I guess you just go knight to d3.
Well, we're going to find out. Knight to
d3 with the idea of putting the knight on f4.
Okay.
Maybe even just ramping up the pressure. Okay, he hasn't gone for that. He's booted the knight away from e4, and he's targeting the c5 pawn. So yeah, you can't put your knight on d6
because of the c5.
C pawn is going to fall.
Neither knight to g5,
h4, and
so it looks like knight f6 is the only choice.
Okay, sure enough, it's been played.
Now, do we have queen? Is his idea to play queen? No, that
that
looks wrong.
A6.
That looks wrong with the pawn on e3. He voluntarily weakened his e3 pawn. For what purpose? I'm not sure.
Yeah, because you can't now step back with.
Well, he's gone for it.
A queen to b5. Okay, bishop a6.
Bishop a6, queen to a5.
And if I say shoo and I go bishop to d8.
Yes, that's fine. Then I've accomplished something. I've kind of messed up black's harmony a bit. Queen Bishop a6, queen a5, bishop d8, queen d2, pawn on c5 is hanging, and at least in this case, knight d3 and knight f4 is back on the agenda. Okay, but moves that kind of scare me.
D4 followed by just sacrificing.
Knight to d5 and let's go.
And knight to f4, yeah.
Yes.
But bishop to d8 indeed played. And by the way, Magnus Carlsen still in cruise control because he is looking like he's going to be winning against Abdusattorov.
Wow.
So bishop d8, the queen retreats all the way to e1, and now bishop b6, solidifying the pawn on c5 for the time being. And the question remains, how is white going to actually coordinate an attack against those hanging pawns? Queen to g3.
Very strange bouncing around of the queen.
The idea is knight to d7 at the right time.
Knight to d7, queen takes d7, and bishop takes f6. Got it. So, Jan says, all very impressive. You moved your queen like 4 times in a row, and I don't
Knight takes bishop.
Quite see. Well, that's very useful. Black gets to breathe a sigh of relief with that capture. A takes b6, no more hanging pawns, and no weakness. You can't really call
King
the d5 isolate.
H1, but I tell you, knight d7 is one of those invisible moves. I mean, it's very dangerous.
Yeah? You get kind of bishops of opposite color. For me, white's play has not been convincing. I don't like what white's done.
36 seconds.
Ooh.
And you have to spot this idea of knight to d7. So therefore, you have to move a rook to the d line. You have to go rook e7, but you've got to spot it, Yasser. That's the whole point. You can't just go, you can't move the bishop. Okay, he moves king h8. This is a nice move now. Knight d7 no longer possible.
For me, it was very clear that white's pawn on e3 is weak. So I want to triple on the
h4.
pawn. Rook e7.
And
king h8.
The players there in the seconds, 23 seconds for Jan-Krzysztof Duda, whereas 33 seconds for Wei Yi. And the queen moves over to f4. Do you think Wei Yi would be happy with the draw? Okay, no, he's going for it. g4. Knight to d7. And as you mentioned, Yasser, the e-pawn is vulnerable.
I was going to say, I think king h8, king g8 was just wasted moves. If the rook was on e7 right now, we would be doubling. Well, what we should be doing is doubling on the e file and attacking that pawn on e3. This is the only weakness in white's camp. So finally he's done it clock times.
Well,
big factor.
13 seconds
G5.
for Wei Yi. Oh, G.
I wouldn't want to open up the...
Yeah, look at that, queen c8, and the king goes on an adventure rather than covering those light squares. Yes, things are getting shaky for Wei Yi. h5.
I didn't like the move bishop c8. I thought h5 right away. Let's keep that nice and tidy.
9 seconds.
9 seconds.
7 seconds.
And he's finally done d4, a move. The bishop was better on b7 in this particular case, but okay, it's all about the clock now.
Yeah, but it's also white's king that is under severe pressure, and there we see Duda just doubling up on the e line. Queen takes bishop. An intermediate move.
That's a piece.
That is a piece.
Wei Yi is lost. Wei Yi is lost, completely lost. How will he save this one?
Well, he can march his c-pawn. He's escaped worse, Yasser.
Yes, he has.
Okay, rook to d1.
I can't argue with that. But this is just lost. I mean, he's a piece down with queen c7.
And now the queen
No, he didn't play queen c7.
No, well, now the queen is coming over to take the light squares. The h-pawn falls.
Yes.
It is over for Wei Yi. There's no coming back from this one. And we see a handshake.
Wow,
and
our tournament leader.
Duda wins. And you know who else won? Magnus Carlsen beat
That
Abdusattorov.
tightens the race of a single point. And what games do we have remaining? We've got the game of Prague and Anish. I'll bring that up on my screen right away. It looks like Prague is winning. But this is not as convincing. This is not so clear. Wait a minute.
No,
What?
the white king is going to dash over to assist. Okay, you can pick up this c pawn. There you go, rook. Behind that pawn and very nice.
Check. Oh, that was a
very nice.
important intermezzo. Rook c4 check. Very nice point.
Couldn't he have taken?
Yeah, he just took the pawn on c2.
Couldn't he have taken the? Oh, okay. Yeah, he took the pawn on c2, and that's it.
And Anish looks well disgusted. I don't know.
Yeah, but this is a really important point for Praggnanandhaa in the race
battle for third.
And Vincent beat Gukesh.
Wow. How did Arjun do? Because that fight for third place was so close.
I don't know, but I'm sure our expert knows. Or maybe
Nasi.
Arjun lost his game.
Oh, so there goes.
But we should take a look at Magnus's finish.
All right, let's do it. So Magnus trailing Wei Yi by 2 points. His only victory is on his mind. And this is how it finished. Rook to f6. Rook takes check. King takes.
And Magnus in full control in that position, and Nodirbek just retreating the king.
That is a rook on a5, right? Yes. I was about to say that. What is the rook doing on there? Let's reposition it.
But you can feel the smoothness and the power behind Magnus's play.
Yes.
Whereas Abdusattorov is a lot more jerky, a lot more nervous.
Nasi, highlights.
Right, I'll show you Magnus's game. So this was English opening gone bad for white, gone wrong. Because after knight d4, you can see black already has a very pleasant advantage out of the opening. This is only move 11. And then I want to show you this one moment that was really funny to me. Sorry, it's a little confusing. Here we go. Did they set up king and queen wrong here? Because how did this happen? Yeah, Magnus made his bishop go all the way to h4, f2, and e3. And we had this reversed king and queen position. And then in this moment, there was a beautiful tactic for Magnus. He could have played immediately knight takes d3, pawn takes knight f2. You want to defend the rook, so you would play king c2, but you walk straight to d3. Then I'm not even picking up your rook. I'll just take the knight, and you're still forked here, and black is just completely winning. Instead, Magnus played bishop c8, which of course keeps the advantage for black, but Nodirbek was able to still come back into the game a little bit. Actually, up until this point, Magnus was nursing his advantage, but here he should have taken rook to f3, keeping his huge advantage on the board. But after rook takes c8, advantage almost completely disappears. Wow. Nodirbek had this opportunity to play knight h4, and if you go king f7, knight takes h5.
What a shot!
Now, black king is about to be completely open, and I have two rooks and the knight that somehow get together harmoniously and go after black's king.
Wow.
Black has to be careful not to lose. You should play king e7 and allow the repetition. Because if you play king d7 after knight f7, this position is completely winning for white. So he played instead knight d2, mistake, rook f8. This kept going for a little bit, mutual mistakes and time trouble, which is expected. Knight h4, and here, again, the last moment for Nodirbek to save the game. He should have played knight takes g6, takes. He was probably afraid of this move, rook f2, looks very unpleasant, but he has, again, an idea to sacrifice his piece for a draw, rook h5, hide on b1, and there is some kind of perpetual that black cannot escape. But instead, c5 was played, bad move, and then we saw the end of the game on the camera. He resigned here. So great win for Magnus. Let's go to Poland to hear from Cristian and Anastasiya.
Thanks, Nazi. I mean, the atmosphere is absolutely incredible here. People are starting to believe when they see Magnus winning every single game, maybe 9 out of 9 once again. There's the potential to seeing that one more time, one more page of history. And of course, Wei Yi, unfortunately for him, he did not keep pace. And guess what? We will have that crazy game, Wei Yi versus Magnus Carlsen, and I'm not sure, perhaps in the next round. Either way, let's take a look at the other two games.
Yes.
Anastasia, what were you looking at?
The game I was checking was really, really exciting. Starting from the opening, look at this G4 on the board.
Kirill versus Arjun.
Of course, Arjun decided to take the pawn. Why not? But look what happened after. Very powerful play from Kirill. All the way after that. Look the way he decided to arrange this attack. Rook G1 before, he's trying to arrange something on the queen side, but it seems like it just was over after that.
You're getting killed on the
Knight
king
G5,
side. Yeah,
yes. G6, so he's trying to develop his pieces, and I think this was the final mistake. After Queen F3, Queen C7, probably he missed Knight E6. And if you take the knight, of course, then you lose your rook on G8. So Queen E7 seems to be like more or less only move, but I mean, you can see that Knight C7 is coming. And it was just the beginning of of the problems of black, because later on, White decided to create still attack and simply killed.
Very powerful play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I saw Kirill standing actually between, after this crazy game against Magnus. He was actually trying to put himself together. He stayed in the corridor. Clearly he was trying to find the way back to the tournament, and look at this victory. I think it shows that he is still ready to bite.
Oh, he definitely is. I was looking at the other game that you guys caught a glimpse of towards the end. That is the battle between Praggnanandhaa and Anish. And in fact, the game was very tense, but at some point, Praggnanandhaa managed to create some separation in this particular moment. After Rook to E8, we saw Anish. He was very disappointed in the result, but I have to say, Praggnanandhaa was always slightly better, putting pressure on Anish. Anish never stood a chance. Queen takes F4, Queen to E5, Queen F7, Queen to F2, Bishop to D3, Rook to E1, and Bishop to C4 was the critical mistake. In fact, Praggnanandhaa made a mistake himself as well in this position with the next move, Queen to B2. What he had to do, which would have won a piece on the spot, was Knight to C2. This is not easy.
Yeah, and Queen D4 after, yes?
Yes, if you try to get out of this, I just simply exchange, I give you a check, and then I pick up the bishop on C4. And if you try to cover up with the bishop either on E2 or on E6, I just simply follow up with Knight D4, which wins the piece on the spot. Now, what he did was Queen to B2, but at this point, Queen to G7 was not the only move. Queen G7 loses, as we will see in just a second. King to G8 would have given Black the advantage in this position.
It's unbelievable.
Just go Bishop to F7 next. I'm not sure what he was worried about, because you cannot jump with the knight anymore. Knight to F5. This comes with a check.
Yes.
There is no Knight H6 to give you the checkmate, because it's a check and you lose all
Perhaps
of
he
your
didn't
pieces.
have much time at this moment, because he would spot what actually happened, I think, afterwards. Yes, Queen takes on
I believe
G7 was the
19
move.
seconds.
Ah, yes. Okay.
And what he missed was the simple take,
Knight
take,
F5,
and Knight to
yes.
F5. A discovery
wow.
check. And if you do defend the rook with King to F8, I just simply take on E8. Take on E8,
Okay,
Knight
he
to
missed
D6,
this one for sure,
take on
Knight
C4.
D6.
That's it, game over. Just a beautiful execution by Praggnanandhaa. We will, have an incredible finale in this tournament. Let's take a look at the standings, in fact. Look at this, Wei Yi, 22 points. Magnus Carlsen, hot on his heels, 21 points.
Only 1 point distance,
and
right?
Praggnanandhaa is doing quite well, climbing through the rankings as well, guys. We will take a short commercial break, and we'll be back shortly with the next round.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only 1 can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame make such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, the first time ever in school history. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess, of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new, millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
Welcome back to the final day of the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, and we are on round 13. Magnus Carlsen narrowing the gap. Let's take a look at the standings.
After 12 intense rounds of Blitz.
Total intensity, Yasser.
Yeah, right.
Wei Yi still at the top, 22 points. But after his loss and Magnus Carlsen's victory, Magnus Carlsen now chasing him by 1 point on 21. And there we see Praggnanandhaa on 16. Arjun Erigaisi after his loss remains on 15 points. But you know, anything can happen in that battle for third and first place. And take a look at these pairings because it is the showdown we all wanted. Magnus Carlsen has the white pieces against Wei Yi.
Wow.
Anish Giri plays Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Arjun Erigaisi plays Praggnanandhaa. Jan-Krzysztof Duda will face Vincent Keymer. And Kirill Shevchenko has the white pieces against Gukesh.
Well, it's clear for me, our marquee matchup has to be between Arjun and Pragg. The battle for third is so intense. Oh, excuse me. Let's go with the battle for first.
Yes.
Let's do that. Let's do that before we get booted off the air.
You just gave everyone a heart attack.
Right.
What are we expecting in this game, Magnus against Wei? Magnus has to win.
Has to win. This is it. But this is the thing that I think all sportsmen really want. They want destiny in their hands. Even if it's a small chance and they want to say, okay, You know, Wei Yi, you've had a tournament. It's unbelievable that Magnus Carlsen, want to show
the best. I am
best.
the boss.
Right.
I expect Magnus to go hard. He's been relentless so far.
Indeed.
And if he wins, it will be his 7th victory in a row. And I've just heard that it's called the quad
trick.
Trick, yes.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean,
Double hat trick, the poker, the cinco.
But there's some concern. If he risks too much and loses, he pretty much loses the chance of ever catching
true.
Wei.
He can't go overboard.
Right. If he draws, he's still only a point behind and still a lot of rounds to go.
Of course.
So what would be the opening choice?
Well, for me, when I'm white, and especially in this situation, I'm not playing for victory from the opening move. I'm playing to make an advantage. Also, I'm trying to make a position that I play well, my opponent does not. So in his wide repertoire, Magnus has searched his data banks, and he said, what particular positions do I think Wei Yi does not play well? E4, C5? Should I be playing a Sicilian against Wei Yi?
Magnus played D4 today
Should I be
successfully.
playing D4 and playing with the
Stick
two
to that
bishops?
winning formula. And
Whatever it may be. Here we go. Handshake and the battle for first.
Knight F3 on the board.
D5, G3. So it's coming back. Remember Magnus's first World Championship match against Vichy Anand, where it was Vichy on the black side making an early kingside fianchetto as well. E5, however, that's a very, very different approach, and you might just say it's a reverse Perk defense.
I was going to say King's Indian, but okay.
Perk
Perk defense it
yeah,
is, yeah. And
reverse.
we see the queens come off the board.
A little bit surprise decision for me that queen takes d1, rook takes d1. I consider this a very useful tempo for white. You get to play knight a3 and c3, and you're the first to take command of the d file.
Just to point out that there is a trap here for black. If white plays h3,
Okay, let's go.
then let's exactly ask questions. Then bishop takes knight, bishop takes bishop, knight jumps into d4, and would you look at that? You are targeting the bishop and the c2 pawn.
Whoops. So in order to avoid that variation, Magnus has played the move c to c3 just to stop the knight from ever venturing into the d4 square. Knight f6, and I think it's now time to play h3 because there's the tactic that you pointed out isn't on tap.
Yep. And
another move that I personally find very attractive is knight to a3 immediately. The idea behind knight to a3 is to intimate that knight b5 and knight c4 are issues. Deal with them. h3, let's go.
h3, right. And this is the question for Wei Yi. Does he lose time with bishop e6? Or does he just say, in this type of position, one open line, it's relatively closed, knights are better than bishops. Bishop takes knight. I'm a big fan of the bishop pair.
Right.
So I'm looking at bishop e6. What about you?
Bishop e6 it is. And he did hesitate, let's be fair. I mean, it wasn't completely a certainty that the bishop really did belong on e6. Knight g5, chasing the bishop back to these, and Magnus did not go for the knight a3, knight b5. Rather, he wanted to keep his pawn on d2, pardon me, his knight on d2 in order to protect the pawn on e4, and soon he will try to play his knight back on a good square, c4.
Castle queenside. I really like the way Wei Yi's been playing this, actually.
Yeah,
I don't sense that white has even a bit of a nibble.
I studied the games of Paul Carez, and I have to tell you, I find white's position to be better. Bless you. Yes, I know. Hey, look, I've been the one nursing a cold quite some time. Go for it, Jovi. Don't worry. Bishop back to f1. That was rude of me. I apologize. Bishop f1. Now I'm giggling. Bishop f1 with the idea of knight to c4, and give me the pawn on e5. Yeah. Also, the real question is this knight on c6. It's rather stuck there, and I find advancing b4,
a4,
a4,
a5.
Yes, yeah. Those moves, to my mind, are very, very attractive and giving white advantage. Okay, Magnus has played it very slowly with the move knight b3. I think the intention behind this move, knight b3, is to bring the bishop to e3 and bring the other knight around to the c4 square. Yep. A very, very different approach. I would be more caveman-like and have played b4 immediately.
And a5. Conceding the b5 square. Now, this doesn't look like it's a big deal, but it's somewhere where a knight can eventually appear, a bishop can come there, and well, you can't stop it. You can't stop that a-pawn from advancing.
Yeah, but it's a double-edged sword, right? Because on the one hand, you advance your pawn on the a5. On the other hand, that is your king that you're releasing. So bishop comes to e3. Now, if you do play the move a4, and I'm not saying it's good or bad, I'll go back to d2. And I'll thank you. I'll thank you that you put your pawn on a4. I'll have bishop to b5 and maybe even b3 as a nibble.
a4 indeed played. Knight comes back to d2. And
I'm not a big fan.
One of the ideas that I've seen here is that this bishop on g7 doing nothing.
Yes.
Needs to get back into the game, so reroute it to f8 and put it on c5.
If you get that, I agree. That's a very good plan. Here we
Wei
go.
Yi
But
is on the same wavelength.
I will play the move b4, and I'll ask you, are you willing to open up the a file? If you are, again, it's that king on the queen side.
I was thinking of the words. God help you if you
Yes.
are. You do not want to be opening up the A line. I mean, then you're just giving whites perfect play.
Oh, bite your tongue.
AV,
AV. Oh my goodness. Okay, this looks big advantage suddenly, Magnus. A very big advantage. Well, Wei Yi is inviting the rook to land on a8. Is that a pawn? No, the rook knight on d2 is hanging. I apologize. I was about to say rook check, knight on c6, back to b8. Trade on c5 and take on e5. But I feel like this should be a material gain afoot here. Where's our material win? You start with a check.
Yeah, well, you can actually go bishop takes bishop first.
Okay,
knight takes, and now
b4?
Oh.
And then b5.
b5 comes.
And kick the knight.
Exactly, and the e-pawn is going to fall. Unless you're going to huddle up into a ball.
He's going to huddle. There's no choice.
But it's really, really ugly.
It is ugly. But he's seized the defensive.
Well, yeah. Indeed.
I don't like it. But now, Magnus, several thoughts come to mind. One is I really want to use that c4 square. So a move like bishop to c4, just to trade off the light squared bishop, take away the attack, the X-ray, well, it's not even an X-ray. Take away the attack, put the knight on a really nice square.
On c4.
Provoke c6, and
F6.
then, provoke f6, and then reshuffle the knight to d5. Well, finally he put in the check, but he's delayed it for so long. He's actually given Wei Yi a choice. A long time ago, there was no choice. The knight on c6 had to block the check. Now he's thinking, knight on d7? What's your quick, which knight?
I wouldn't have put that one.
Okay.
But maybe because it had to be done before. It would kind of, in terms of like calculation, you might just go for that one. And Magnus quickly doubling on the A line.
Just notice that knight b6, by the way, if you try to play bishop takes c4 and bishop takes c4, followed by knight b6, forking the bishop and rook, whoops, bishop e6 check, bishop to c4 to e6.
Well, knight b6.
So knight b6.
Were you trying to unravel?
Oh, it's not nice, that double pawn.
No, but
knight to g4.
Not the end of the world. they can't be attacked, and they will eventually hold off White's queenside pawns as well. But Magnus playing across the board, because suddenly the attention has switched over to the king side, as Yasser's highlighting the pawn on g6 under fire.
You see, knights love outposts. I've said it thousands of times on the broadcast. And what's a natural outpost? The d5 square.
Yeah, well, he's heading there.
Yes, that's exactly right. The knight was on f3.
Trading off the protectors, just as you highlighted.
Exactly. No reason to trade, and Magnus's plan is very simple. He wants to trade and conquer, if he can, the d5 square.
So it's now time for Wei Yi to do something active. I thought maybe put the rook on d2, but he's put the rook on d7.
I don't know, rook to d2 kind of encourages bishop c4 and knight to knight.
I just wanted activity.
I understand.
Yes.
And
okay, well, bishop c4 played anyhow.
Of course, of course. I think Magnus could have included h4 before making this operation. It's just one of those little subtle things that...
Well, there's no doubt that Wei Yi is worse, but he's covering the squares. He's played b5.
Be careful.
Knight
I think he's lost.
e7.
I think he's lost. Just rook a5.
Rook a5. Okay, the king will have to do some
c4
footwork.
King c6, c4 resigns. Just lost. Rook a5.
Okay. But let's not forget the rook on d7 is active. So if you go rook a5, I also have rook d3.
Rook d3.
Yeah.
Okay, rook takes b5, rook takes c3, rook to a7.
Wei Yi, 39 seconds on the clock.
I think rook a5 is a winner myself. I don't see the problem, but Magnus, how much time does Magnus have?
Magnus is now just ticked under the minute mark, so he's on 54 seconds.
And for those of you joining us late, shame on you, but this is the battle for first place. Wei Yi leads the tournament by 1 point against Magnus Carlsen. He's on the defense.
And now Magnus, 40
seconds
on the clock.
No way. He's really...
Yeah.
He's looking at rook a5, but something about it didn't sit right.
Oh, he's put his
and he
rook
went
on
rook
h8. Sorry, a8.
Attacking the rook on h8.
Right. Again, Magnus is trying to play on both sides of the board. Yep. And Wei Yi playing rook to d8. You don't want to be trading off rooks. And knight to g4, attacking both the f6 and the h6 points. So knight g8 forced.
Rook takes d8, rook takes d8,
and now the
king
white
f1.
king is marching into action.
h5, knight to e3.
Knight.
And again, just a very, very nice ending. Magnus, rook a5 did not bring the desserts that Magnus wanted, so he just decided to improve the position of his king. f5, f3, let's go.
Yeah, and f5. What do you think about that move?
I
thought
don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't like it, but when you're sitting there defending, you start looking...
20 seconds, it's ticking down, it's now
active
17, 15.
activity.
Okay, he's quickly calculated
Pawn
h4
Don't believe
in order to get active.
I don't believe it. I don't think that's a good pawn
Okay,
sacrifice.
rook to h8.
Knight
yeah,
to
but
g2.
they often say that in endgames, if you get an active rook, that's sometimes enough to disturb your opponent, okay?
Well, disturb for sure, but okay, now
11
we can
seconds.
take with the knight. Ooh, we took with the pawn. Rook to g,
So be
inviting
careful. King marches in.
rook to g7. Oh, sorry, rook to
Okay.
g5. So the idea was knight takes f5 or rook takes
Oh,
f5.
very nice trick there from Magnus, but Wei Yi simply calmly captures the pawn on h6.
Calmly?
Yeah, but look how calmly the players are playing with just seconds left. You see Wei Yi making the move, 7 seconds on the clock. He's relying on instincts, where to put the king, and Magnus keeps on asking him questions.
Well, a very nice advantage, I want to say, for white.
Now the rook moves.
But he hasn't won
And
material
Magnus
yet.
Repeating moves, but those queenside pawns are weak. A
Oh,
knight will appear on c5. The rook is threatening to come to d7 to win. Okay, now rook to d7.
Yeah.
Grab the b pawn.
That's a big one.
And the b5
That's a
pawn
winning
will
position.
fall.
Winning position for Magnus. Now, will the luck of Wei Yi... Oh, no! He walked into a fork. And Wei Yi's luck just ran out as Magnus Carlsen reasserts himself. Like I said, it's all about the battle for third place. Let's see what's happening with Prague. Where are you? Nope.
All games have completed, but that was...
What happened between Arjun and Prague?
Well,
Arjun won.
Arjun won.
Arjun beat Praggnanandhaa. Okay, so everything is changing hands.
Well, we knew that with 9 rounds of Blitz. Come
right,
on.
we have Magnus Carlsen and Wei Yi now tied for first.
Absolutely. Over to you, Nasi. Highlights of a very crucial round.
Yes.
We had a smile there from Magnus.
Yeah, he finally caught up with the leader.
Yeah.
I think they were co-leading in the first 2 days, and after that, Wei Yi took over, right? So,
yes.
Of course, Magnus must be very happy.
Right.
So I have some highlights from 2 other games, Duda and Giri.
Duda and Vincent?
Duda and Vincent, and then the Giri's game.
Okay.
Yeah, so this was the Rui Lopez with bishop c6 variation, and Duda got such a convincing advantage that it's making me think to start playing this opening.
Yeah, exactly.
So in this position, it looks like black had to take on f3 and play g6, which seems a little bit weakening, but it had to be done because if you allow knight on f5, it's a very unpleasant position for black. So it did happen. Vincent allowed knight f5, so bishop g6 was instead played. Knight f5, he had to capture. And the problems are pretty serious here because black cannot really castle because of this e-file.
Nice.
If you castle right now, you're not losing the bishop, but you are losing most likely this pawn because you have weak double pawns. Instead, knight f6 happened, bishop f4, trades, and what do you do here for black? Yeah. Absolutely terrible. You can't castle, c6 is hanging, there's trouble on e-file. So he played king d7, looks like the only move. But now this tactic rook e7 wins an easy pawn for white.
Nice.
Very healthy pawn actually on f5, and it's also an open position, and bishops are typically better than knights, and this is the case here as well. So he, out straight from the opening, he won this game. Absolutely no issues. He never gave Vincent any chances. We didn't see many games like this in the Blitz where players got an advantage out of the opening and won a smooth game.
From start to finish is
so
hard.
Finish. So that was the case here. And let's take a look at Giri. Nodirbek just lost his game.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. So a lot of queens there on that one, the final
yeah,
position.
the end was absolutely crazy and time trouble. Let me show you. Here was a critical moment. I thought Anish was going to play knight h5. So they had this middle game with 2 knights against 2 bishops. And knight h5, bishop e5, e4 was very interesting, threatening queen g5, queen d8, and all these tactical ideas. If you play d takes e, check. There's no immediate checkmate with queen d8 because black simply covers up with bishop e8. However, white has a better move. Knight takes f5, more tactics. E takes f, rook takes e7, and to be fair, white's last rank is pretty weak, but queen is very well placed, protecting the c1 square as well. So of course this would be completely winning. However, black is not forced to take. They do have this move f4, just sacrifice a pawn, and game continues, but white's up a pawn, 2 knights versus 2 bishops. Then it seemed like Nodirbek was coming back into the game. Here, if he just played h5 or even traded on c2, position is equal. Evaluation is just close to triple zeros when I was analyzing. But then mistakes began. King g6 happened. King d6 happened. Anish should have played g4 and started creating a pass pawn on the king side. A lot of maneuvering here with knights and bishops, but let's take a look at the final position. We don't see 2 queens on the board very often, but yeah, I think Anish wasn't having the best tournament, so this is an important win against a player who was trying to play for the 3rd place.
Yeah, absolutely. Before we toss to Poland, let's just take a look at the very wry smile that Magnus flashed after finally catching up to Wei Yi.
Yeah. He's made up a 2.5 point deficit.
Wow,
yeah.
He's feeling good. 2.5 points to make it up in such a short period of time. Anyway, let's jump to Poland and see their highlights.
What do you mean, finally, Yasser? He caught up in 4 games, 2.5 points in 4 games. This is absolutely madness coming from Poland. Just incredible play by Magnus, showcasing that he is the current world champion in Rapid and Blitz
yes.
as well. Anastasia, what game were you looking at?
I was checking the game between Kirill, Shevchenko and Gukesh, and I must tell you that it was everything you could find in this game. At the beginning, they played quite solid, and you can see in this position, everything is more or less even.
Yes.
And then I think Kirill started to play a little bit more defensively for some time, and Gukesh took some time, and he managed to get pass pawn at one point, like before is very dangerous pawn,
Yes.
definitely. And then he was like outplaying his opponent, it seemed, but something went wrong at a certain point, and he
Feels
allowed
like that
this
C-pawn
crazy
is coming,
C-pawn,
right?
yes, to start running. Yes, so
Yeah.
he took this knight on b3, but actually Kirill was right to push the pawn forward, and he got really good chances. Bishop f5, the only move to defend, and after queen c5, which was inaccuracy, he found this bishop c8, making sure that the pawn at least is not moving for some
I
time.
love it. Backwards
And
move, very
exactly, yes. It's normally hard to find them, and now we have these 2 pieces against the rook situation, and look what happened. Here, Kirill lost the track.
Yeah.
Here he played like a couple of moves, you know, trying to get rid of this queen. b3, of course, a very good move. If you have pass pawns, you have to push them. And after rook d2, knight e4 came, and he actually lost in one move this position. After knight e4, it's just over.
Yes.
So, I mean, both of them, they didn't have time. They played on seconds, and it's obviously mistakes are coming.
The rook fighting against the 2 pieces, it's very difficult, especially with only, as we can see, 6 seconds on his clock.
Exactly. Position was difficult. Yes.
I was looking at this game between Arjun and Praggnanandhaa, and Arjun continues his streak. Take a look at this. Praggnanandhaa, look at this. Knight f3, knight f6, c4,
plays
knight
only with
c6.
knights, yes.
Why not? Let's
Yes.
have some fun, right?
Yes.
But this allows White to get the initiative. d4, some
yes.
opening advantage,
Exactly,
right? That
yes.
knight on c6 is not looking great. But it seems like Arjun definitely knew how to handle this position, despite the fact that he was probably surprised by his opponent. And in fact, he only got a very nice strategical edge. He didn't try to go for the kill immediately, right? Try to punish this knight c6 early on. He just wanted a long-term advantage, and that's exactly what he got. He got a structural advantage. You see that weak pawn on c6,
yes.
as well as the pawn on a7 highlighted right there. So rook to b6, and after b4, queen to e3, bishop to f5, White is doing the right things. Rook to
Yes.
c5, I'm attacking your pawn on e5, I'm getting ready to go rook from f1 to c1 to attack the pawn on c6. One of them will fall at one point. And in fact, after e4, bishop takes c4, immediately it fell. And unfortunately for Black, for Praggnanandhaa, he was never able to get back in this game.
Yeah.
Arjun played a master, fully played strategical game, I have
Yes.
to say. Rook to c2, c7, rook to d1, rook to d8. Now we see
Queen
some
f5,
tactics
yes,
as
nice.
well. And queen to f6. There's no way for you to defend
Wow,
against a
it's-
checkmate. Rook to h8. Beautifully calculated
Nice.
by Arjun. He's really playing good chess. Praggnanandhaa also. They're fighting for
Arjun
that
is very
third position.
famous. Arjun is very famous to
He's
be as a
good.
great chess player. I remember Levon Aronian was telling that he is always rooting for him. He believes that he's
I know
really
Fabiano
good.
also
Yes.
thinks that
Yeah.
Arjun is the next in line, but I have to say it's still the Magnus show, especially today. Right now, this is the Magnus show. Back to you in the studio, guys.
Thank you. And yes, indeed, it looks like there's been a shake-up in the leaderboard. So
Yes, there
let's
have.
take a look at the standings. Because Magnus, with his 7-win streak, finds himself there tied for first place with Wei Yi. He's made up a 2.5-point deficit in just 4 games. That's unbelievable. Arjun Erigaisi is now tied for third place alongside Praggnanandhaa. Both of them are on 16 points, but not far from them. It is Jan-Krzysztof Duda on 15.5 points, and don't count out Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who is there, 14.5 points. So,
And drill down on our tournament leaders. Tell us more.
absolutely. And there you can see the line score. So
Ooh,
yesterday,
2
Wei Yi
donuts.
had a phenomenal day.
True.
7.5 points out of 9. He went on a 5-win streak, and it was Magnus Carlsen who had that blip yesterday. But today, take a look at that. Magnus winning 7 games in a row, whereas for Wei Yi, he's lost 2 games now.
Yet just having lost this round 13 to Magnus. And tell us about the pairings for this upcoming round
14.
14.
Yes. Vincent Keymer will have the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. Wei Yi has the white pieces against Anish, Giri. And Nodirbek Abdusattorov plays one of his rivals for 3rd place, Arjun Erigaisi. Praggnanandhaa plays Kirill Shevchenko, and Gukesh plays Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Now see, those line scores that we just saw, some incredible number of decisive games, and Magnus on a tear.
There's like only 2 draws from both of them.
Crazy, what's going on?
Well, like I said, those 2 players are going to keep winning until they play each other. But actually now I think I saw the pairings, this Vincent and Anish are playing the leaders. So these 2 players are at the bottom of the field, but they could try to play a spoiler because they have nothing to lose. And in Blitz, everything is like so random that they definitely have a chance.
Right. The game we just witnessed between Magnus and Wei Yi, for my money, that was advantage white, advantage Magnus out of the opening. He kind of kept it, He didn't do much, but then at the end, it was like it was clear. There were weak pawns on b5 and b7,
this is traditional Magnus. This is the
Magnus.
formula, right? You know, he gets a slightly better position, puts pressure, the opponent cracks, and this was just a review from yesterday.
The contrast.
After Magnus Carlsen lost a winning game against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. You can see the anger, and even earlier than that, the shock when he found out that he blundered his queen.
It was this rook d7. Like, what the?
Physically, he recoiled and he jumped in his chair.
And this is the new Magnus of today.
Yeah, this is Magnus.
That was Magnus yesterday. This is Magnus today.
At his best, right? In full control, getting the comfortable positions he wants. And there you do see him discussing with Wei Yi. But I like that wry smile.
At the end, as he walked towards.
As he walked away.
Yeah.
Was his 7th or 8th win in
7th. And if he wins, it will be his 8th win in a row. And we've been told that's called a Cinco hat trick. So 5 plus 3. So, you know, they don't have any more fancy words.
Yeah.
But I wonder what happens if you win 10 games in a row.
We need to invent new words for Magnus.
Exactly.
Yes. The Magneto.
Right. There's that wry smile that we discussed as he heads for, I think the players have a bit room where they chill out and just relax before they come back on the stage. We're getting ready for this round 14. Again, we got Vincent and Magnus as our marquee matchup, but the battle for 3rd is still really, really intense. And this game of Nodirbek and Arjun, that will be crucial.
That certainly will be crucial. Also, Praggnanandhaa, 16 points, tied for 3rd. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, half a point behind. Like I said, anything can happen when it comes to the 3rd place. And this is very important for the money, but also for the tour participants. It'll be about the points. But 1st place nets $40,000. 2nd place, $30,000. 3rd place, $25,000. And they're very generous prizes. 10th place nets $7,000.
Thank you to our sponsors, Superbet on that nice. And here are the Grand Chess Tour players.
Yep, these are the players that will be playing in both classical events and 2 out of the 3 Rapid and Blitz.
Exactly.
And for Anish, Giri, Gukesh, Praggnanandhaa, as well as Abdusattorov, points matter here.
Exactly, so they're looking to capture as many of the GCT points as they can. In these Rapid and Blitz, when Magnus does make an appearance and he takes away the lion's share of the Grand Chess Tour points, it's like, no, stop that.
It's like I can imagine him smacking his hand away. Stop it.
Stop it.
His points are ours.
Somehow, the 2.5 point lead faded too fast.
In only 4 rounds.
That was
Definitely
scary.
not expected that.
I thought it would be closer to the 6th and 7th and 8th round of today, where you would see them more or less
Like the
tied.
very last round, or the
Right.
half-point difference.
Right.
But the big
These 2
question is-
losses by Wei Yi.
Yeah. Is he going to manage to come back from this? 2
That's
losses
the
in a row.
challenge. That is so hard to do because you feel like you've kind of lost touch a bit. You know, like you're kind of in a shock, losing 2 in a row.
And there we do see Wei Yi just entering the playing hall. Wei Yi needs to recover.
Who does he need to recover against?
Anish Giri.
Who
He
has
has-
not been playing well.
No, but Anish does have his moments. He's able to play the role of
Exactly.
spoiler, and let's not forget, Anish is motivated when it comes to gaining as much points as possible because he wants those
He's
Grand
on the
Chess Tour
Grand Chess
points.
Tour, absolutely.
And Wei Yi will have the white pieces.
As the players are getting set for this round of 14, we just witnessed in an amazing round 13 where Magnus Carlsen has stormed back with his 7th consecutive win, doing a Fabiano. That was the 7 in a row
Well,
that Fabi
he
did.
has history, right? Magnus
Right?
beginning
9 in a row
last year.
Can he keep up such a streak?
Wow.
That's just unbelievable. Vincent Keymer, waiting for his opponent, Magnus Carlsen. Vincent's had a bit of a roller coaster ride, thrills and spills.
Yes, he's also got a bad track record against Magnus Carlsen.
Does he?
Yes.
Why?
So he lost in the Blitz, he lost in the Rapid. Who can forget that tactic that Magnus just uncorked?
That is true. But I thought that Vincent got in his shots. He almost knocked Magnus out of the Baku World Cup. Let's give it a go. Knight F3.
Knight F3, Knight
No
F6,
D5s.
C4, and now B6 from
An
the world
invitation to the Queen's Indian. Shall we dance?
Yes.
G3.
D4, Bishop B7, and G3.
No
A.
E6, but rather the double fianchetto. This is something that I always thought was bad for black, like just full stop bad, because I like the space after D4, D5. The chess engines have shown us that somehow, even though white has all the center space in the world, the position has defensive qualities that I didn't appreciate.
Totally, and I tell you what people have been doing against me. They've been
What's that?
jumping in with a knight into E4 and then reinforcing that with F5.
Which is why
Which is really annoying.
Vincent said, no, I am not going to allow you to do what you've just said, Jovi, which is allow the move knight e4. So that was why he played queen c2, c7, c6. I'd suspect e4 or rook d1 is an automatic here. I could possibly entertain d5 takes c6, but why? e4 or rook d1. Reinforce the pawn on d5. After all, we pushed it there.
Yeah, exactly. You have to maintain your strengths. Rook
Right.
D1 is what I'm expecting.
Exactly.
And it's an interesting choice from Magnus. We've seen him play very provocatively in general against Vincent Keymer. You know, he's always encouraged him to take the space, and somehow he
Gets
it's
away
Magnus.
with it.
Yeah, but it's Magnus playing the man as well as the board.
Yeah. c7, c6, again, as you say, I find that move to be quite provocative as well. And we can understand that knight e4 idea. So let me just put rook d1 on the board for a second. Takes, rook c8. And now we see what Magnus is up to. He wants to play that knight to e4.
Well, there's no rook D1 supporting the center, and we were talking about maintaining the stronghold, but nope.
Nope.
D c6. Bishop takes c6.
This is beginning to look like one of those hedgehogs where double fianchetto, but in those cases, pawns are on d6, pawns are on e6, etc., etc.
Okay, b3
b2,
played.
b3. Okay, this is
Very
very,
natural.
very slow play, though, too. I would say that black has equalized, if I may. I mean, we can play, for example, knight to e4 here, do a couple of trades, and with the bishop neutralized already, I'm going to say black is fine.
Yeah, black is fine, but it's a very difficult position for black to get an advantage. Because,
True.
you know, white does have that very strong pawn on c4, he has control of the open d line, And as long as he manages to control those breakout squares on b5 and d5, white should be absolutely fine. I think it has a much more comfortable position. I like playing these type of positions. That's why.
Well, as Tigran Petrosian said, before you win, you better equalize. So I think Magnus will be very satisfied with the outcome of the opening. He's got good squares for his pieces. His king is safe. He's got the center.
Wasn't a big fan of Vincent's last rook move.
Yeah, you would think that the rooks go to c1 and d1. In this case, he's going to go rook to d1 and e1.
To try to get an e4. But I feel like you have to have one eye on black's breakthrough of b5. So that's why I would put the rook on c1.
On c1, yeah. No question that black is looking to play the move b6 to b5. Such a move would open up the c-file, and guess what? There is a queen.
Yeah. Well, that's why Vincent has just played knight d4. He says, nope, I'm not going to dally that way. So instead, king takes g2, but
Queen
the more
d7
pieces that get traded off, the easier the position becomes for Magnus.
Yeah. Queen to d7 to b7 check. That's very, very standard operating procedure for the hedgehog players. I always like these positions for black. I found my success to be actually pretty good. I like these endings, these kind of Sicilian endings where you've got these pawns on e6 and d6. Very often my pawn would go to e6, by the way. Queen to d2. And now Vincent starts to think, okay, I should be playing for f3 and e4 and somehow maintaining some kind of squares in the center. Rook d8. Interesting that Magnus is not quick to play queen b7. He's saying to Vincent, keep an eye. I might play the move d6, d5. Try to take advantage of the d file as well in that case.
I can see from the evaluation bar on my screen that the computer is liking Magnus's position.
For sure, for sure, for sure. He's equalized and maybe gone overboard. I like this move, queen e3, very typical of Ulf Andersson in these positions. Ulf liked to trade queens with the move queen b7, queen f3. So he'd like to meet queen b7, queen f3. But remember, white's queen started on c2, and white is spending a lot of tempi doing precisely what? I don't know.
I'm going to have to apologize because a coughing fit is coming on. Sorry about that.
No, thanks for the heads up warning. Appreciated.
Yeah, queen e3. I like that move. Queen b7.
Queen
b7.
Here I stop for a second because now I'm thinking, he's done queen b7. I'm really, really tempted as black to play the move d6, d5 on the last turn. And Vincent's got what he wants, which is he's managed to trade queens. Queen takes f3, and now he's thinking, because king takes is usually a kind of an automatic move that you would play, but e takes f3, rook e1, and f4 could give him some play. Oh, he's recaptured with the knight.
Yeah.
That's a very passive move. I don't like
and
that
sure
move.
enough, Magnus comes in.
I don't like knight takes f3.
And he takes the knight on f.
On e4. Knight takes e4 back.
Okay, well, big question is, do you capture the bishop? And Magnus says yes. Knight takes
Why
knight.
not?
Oh.
Knight
Then
takes, bishop
Magnus
takes.
is getting this type of pawn structure, which we've seen him employ against Wei Yi.
Yeah.
The bishop will just come back, and he has that lever to open up a line on the queen side.
I do believe that black is better, don't get me wrong, but I think that this really gave Vincent a very good chance of setting up a fortress position. So what I mean by that, if I'm white, I'm playing e4, I'm playing rook to d3, I'm meeting a5 with a4. Yes, how ugly I've played. I've given myself a backwards pawn on b3, but with my pawn on e4, my rook on d3, I'll be able to play knight to d2.
Well, you're going to have to do it ASAP because a4 is coming.
I think the timing was bad, what Vincent just did. Still, It's not terrible yet, but Vincent has got to improve his play, I would say. Maybe Vincent has in mind a completely different setup. He's thinking maybe to play knight to c2, to a3,
yeah,
to
I think
b5.
this whole knight to e1 business was designed to stop this bishop retreating to a3. So you didn't even get your a4, I did. But now Vincent is going to go your direction. Put the knight on b5. That's a very nice outpost for the knight.
Is it?
Well,
D5 is the outpost. He's played A4.
But okay, but now it's been taken away from you. Bishop takes knight.
No, Vincent's timing is terrible. Okay. Oh no!
Hang on a second.
Because
Yasser.
rook b4,
and then you double, and then
you're threatening munch. So if I play, for example, rook to b2, rook to b4, rook over, it's a race to the queen side. Can I get my king to b3 in time to release my rooks? Let me just refresh the board.
And by the way, that's the only way to defend the b3 pawn.
Yeah.
Just to grimly put your
Grim is correct. That's a good word to describe what's happening right now, as Vincent is going to be grimly defending the rest of this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
I don't like it.
I don't like it either, but if the white king can get to c3, and then you can liberate one rook.
One of the rooks, yes.
Then you can just simply wait for Magnus to try to work some magic on the king side. But you have to be flexible. Yeah,
E6, I'll go slowly, and then once your king lands on c3, I'll break with d5.
It's a dream position for Magnus.
2 results.
And when you take a look at the clock situation as well, Vincent, 18 seconds left on the clock.
Ouch.
Magnus, 1.5 minutes. And it's Magnus that controls the key to opening up lines on both sides of the board. So this is the kind of stuff where you just go into hustle mode.
Yeah.
You know, I recently had a position like this. And
whoa. Magnus didn't even develop his king f7, but he just immediately played d5. So his idea is clear. You take and you want to play c4. But is this convincing? I'm not so sure. In this case, I have king to d4. You take the pawn with a check, and I have king to c3.
Okay.
Ooh, he went f3. Okay, I'm not sure about that move. So now Magnus can capture.
Okay, now he takes his time, king f7, and now he takes.
So why did I need the move f3? Not sure. Imprecise play, but let's figure it out.
Now Magnus improves, attacks to the d pawn, rook takes b3, only move.
Check. And then rook takes a4, and that's an extra pawn.
Okay.
Is it enough? We'll find out.
Well, when your opponent only has 2 seconds left on the clock, Yasser.
I know, you got to do something.
You got to rate your chances.
Super high.
And just to update you, Wei Yi is winning his game against Anish.
Wow. I mean, that's a champion right there. You lose 2 in a row and 1 against your nearest rival, and you come back with a win. Hats off to Wei Yi if he secures that victory. Wise decision by Vincent. The drawing technique, if I could call it that, is to trade 1 pair of rooks and then to get your rook actively placed behind.
And he's managed to put the rook to the side. The first one is to get your rook behind. That's the preferable. And then it's to the side. And, okay, well, Vincent's king is hassling the rook.
Whoa. That was pretty funny. He played king to c4. I really thought he was going to go e4 there, but okay. And Magnus got to stop Vincent from playing e4. I think that was significant. If I was Magnus here, the wayward pawn is the h pawn. I would like to trade it with h5, and after h3, trade off that h pawn and eventually make a beeline to the queen side.
Okay, he gives a check. And Vincent, 4 seconds.
4 seconds. Ooh, that was close.
That was very close.
Ooh.
And now Magnus just has to play some tricky chess, like move the rook to b4.
He's temporizing for
Okay, and
just a
now
moment.
he's getting ready to put the rook in front of its own pawn. And Magnus now down to 10 seconds.
Rook check? No, he didn't play rook check. He just...
Okay, the king must protect on e7, so he steps forward. Now the a pawn starts advancing.
Kind of strange that Magnus has not
But
included the
what do you
move
think
e6.
about this move, e3? I thought it wasn't the best.
I don't like it. You've kind of exposed your king. Your king has to go into shelter mode now.
And the king is marching up to assist. Oh!
Rook takes h6 would have been met by a2, followed by rook h1. At the very last moment, Vincent realized the danger.
But take a look at this. Magnus's king is racing to assist the a pawn. So Vincent now has to go to capture the pawns, and Wei Yi has beaten Anish. So Magnus, he needs to win if he wants to hold the pace.
Check. You gotta take.
You gotta take.
Now is Vincent in time? That's what it's all about. You gotta take.
Magnus.
No.
9 seconds.
Magnus is bringing his king back.
Okay.
So king g3. Whoa. g6. That might have been.
He brings his king in.
I think that g6 might have been rook takes f3.
Yep.
Now
and
that's
lost.
It. Yeah, now
now
it's
the
lost.
black king can just simply approach. He gives a check, and now.
Yeah, it's over.
Okay. Oh.
Whoa,
hang on, Yasser.
Whoa.
We spoke too soon.
No. It's winning. Check, and then just king e7. King e7 should do it.
King f6.
Okay, king g6.
King g6, yes. And now you can, once the king moves over to the h line, you give a check. And then you go rook h7.
Right.
And that's it, handshake.
Bravo.
And Magnus Carlsen wins. Ooh,
By the way,
Yasser.
to keep pace with Wei Yi,
yeah.
we still tied for first. All games are finished, and first of all, was it another one of those incredibly decisive rounds?
I think so. There were a lot of decisive games. I'm not sure if it was all 5, but yes, wow.
Highlights,
Magnus
please.
wins, Wei Yi wins. I'll show you how Wei won his game. So the position was about equal when Anish thought that he had this tactic, knight takes a4, but a very risky move turns out to be losing for black. I'll show you what the calculations were probably. He probably calculated rook takes a4, but after queen takes d4, black is definitely better. You can take on a5, I'll take your central pawn, and it's the black who is playing for a win. But instead, there's this move, just b3, fork. Now, if rook takes c3, maybe Anish missed this idea, just queen to d2. Both pieces are hanging, and it looks like, well, you can just take on b3. You'll be very happy to trade knight for the rook and have knight and 2 connected passers. But here, white just takes on a4, and white's up a piece for 2 pawns. Well, actually 3 pawns, but about to be 2 pawns because a5 is lost. So it's not enough compensation. So after b3, Anish took on d4 immediately. B takes c, knight takes c3. And I must say black does have some compensation for the exchange. Materially, it's even, knight and 2 pawns for the rook. But it's because white is quite active with this rook, and these 2 pawns are separated, easily targeted, why Wei Yi managed to convert this game. Of course, Anish could have played a little bit better, like knight c3 here was good. Give up that pawn, but keep this central pawn on the board. Instead, he played knight d6, which was a bad move, and then after a couple of very strong moves with white, Wei Yi was completely winning. They got to this endgame. I'll show you. It was rook versus knight, 3 against 3, and this is not a fortress, so Wei Yi won very convincingly. Huge win for him. I have another game for you. I believe Duda just won 2nd game in a row, and he's fighting for the 3rd place.
Right.
He defeated Gukesh, so I will show you the critical moments in the game. It was Benoni. I think it's the first. We haven't seen Benoni in this tournament yet. And he managed to get everything that a Benoni player could ask for, because after c4, white had to play rook to b4 in order to maintain an advantage. But that's an awkward move to make, because the rook is trapped. I mean, black cannot win the rook, but it's still very unpleasant to play with a rook like that that's trapped and cannot move. So instead he played rook a3, after which b5, and this is a dream Benoni position for black. However, things got a lot more complicated later on. There were a lot of mutual mistakes, as we often see in the blitz. And here was Gukesh's chance to get some positional advantage by trading bishop for the knight, because black's knight on e5 was just too strong. Of course, if you take with the pawn, I'll have a pass pawn. Very happy with that. But if you take with the bishop, the idea is knight c6, move the bishop, and queen b4. And I'm actually picking up the b pawn, because if you try to defend it,
nice.
knight c4.
Nice.
So instead, Gukesh ended up playing a bit passive chess, and Duda found very strong moves. c3, and here he should have taken with the bishop, just forking queen and the knight. It's not winning the piece right away, but after queen c4, black's position is absolutely crushing. All pieces are better.
Knight takes f4?
Knight takes where?
f4?
f4? Oh, sorry, I meant, okay,
Queen
I put
G5.
the queen on the wrong square. Queen e3.
Queen
and then
e3,
queen
sorry.
c4. Thank you, Yasser. And
he took with the queen
he
instead.
took with the queen instead. There were a lot of trades that happened, and black kept small advantage, kept pushing up until the very end. I'll show you this moment. Knight b6. There's still a chance for a draw. Gukesh missed this opportunity. Rook d6 check, king e7, trade, bishop c2, and rook takes b2. And this is a very interesting rook ending. You do win a pawn or two, but your rook is somewhat trapped on h4, and it's not really winning. Engine says 000, so you can't convert this. But instead, he played rook b1, and after knight c4 game finished quickly, Duda wins his second game in a row.
Wow.
All right,
Nice.
and let's go to Poland to hear about the other two games from Cristian and Anastasiya.
Guys, I have to say it's very difficult to watch any other games but the ones of Wei Yi and Magnus, because this is such a thrilling race between these two players. And kudos to Wei Yi. He came back after 2 defeats and finally he got a victory in the last round. Very important victory to keep the pace with Magnus. Anastasiya, which game were you watching in between the 2 games?
Of course, yes, we were checking those ones, but still Praggnanandhaa is playing against Kirill. This game I was watching, and actually I think Prague really came out with such a great positional play in this one. Unbelievable. Just look at these moves, like he played queen d2. You will ask me why he makes such a move, but he came out with this fantastic maneuver of the knight. The knight went all this way to g3, the other one, and he came to f5, and he came here just to be traded for the bishop. You know, he just understands position so well that after removing this bishop, all these weaknesses will be, you know, you can now attack c5. Yes,
supposedly
pawn.
considered the bad bishop, right?
Yes.
So you give one of your great knights
exactly.
for a bad
You
bishop.
bring all this knight all the way. You normally want to keep him on f5, but after that, white is actually winning. The problem was that every time he had to deliver the last, you know, blow,
yes.
he was somehow, he didn't do it for many times. For example, here he could play, I mean, at one moment, rook a8. He had this move like rook a8 here.
After a move with b7,
after,
perhaps?
yes.
Oh, here.
Here,
Yes.
rook a8, and then queen e7, and the queen penetrates, you know, it comes to the king's side, and with just winning blow, I mean, bishop is hanging, f6 is hanging. So he didn't do this. Few more times it happened that he had other possibilities. It was so winning for him. So let me go through all this. You can see even from the evaluation, all the time he was winning.
Yes.
And then Kirill started to fight and finding all these kind of ideas.
He's
you
getting
know,
some counterplay,
exactly.
right?
C4 is already here, and still white had better position.
The king is so weak on
Exactly,
that side,
because whatever you do, but you know, changing here, there already not so many pieces left on the board. So I want to go to this critical moment where he actually made the final blow. Again, he got this chance to give a checkmate. He could play queen d8, I think somewhere here. Yes, queen d1 again, you know, instead of playing queen d8, yeah, look at this one. So queen d8, probably he didn't see, he saw queen h4. Rook c1,
And knight
f1, but still you have to count until the end, and queen h1, king e2, and now you give a checkmate.
You can
know,
give
so this
one more check, but
yes,
then I
but then
just
you go to
continue
d2,
hiding.
yes,
Yes.
and you see now white gives checkmate here. So I think he missed this moment, and okay, of course they didn't have much time, and after that he even managed to lose this
By
position.
the way, after queen to d1,
Yes, exactly.
Rook c1 is coming.
This is what happened. Yes, Rook c1, and now you cannot do anything. Queen h4. So after that he lost even this position. So he lost his queen and the game.
Oh, this is devastating.
This was crazy.
I mean, he played such a good game.
Exactly, and he was, dominating the whole game, and such a big blow for him. Kirill Shevchenko wins this one with
Absolutely, and I was watching the game between Nodirbek and Arjun, and I have to say, this was a very tense battle and very complex battle at the same time. Knight to b3, take, and now we see white with a worse structure. At the same time, I do have my trumps in the position. Specifically, I'm going to cement the pawn structure on the queen side with the move a5, as we will see in just a moment. And after that, I'm going to put the bishop on b6. Then at the right moment, I'm going to start playing the move b4, potentially, if you allow me to, or transition to play on the king side, as we are seeing right now. And I have to say, Nodirbek really played a good game up to a certain point. Knight to b5, f4, push the pawns, try to get f5, take advantage of the fact that most of black's pieces are on the queen side, right?
Exactly.
There's nothing, no defenders around the king on g8. So it's very important that you push your pawns and try to break the position open as fast as possible. f5, bishop to b6, d4. This was, by the way, a very good move.
Yes, I think he's trying to open his bishop, at least get some counterplay. Yes.
Best move in the position, and the best way to try to find some counter chances, because if you sit and wait, you're just going to get completely destroyed on the king side. And in fact, at this point, queen to g3 was the only moment where he could have continued and have the advantage.
And
queen
keep
to
all
g3.
the threats, yes.
If you take, I just simply take back. I'm going to win the exchange.
Yes.
And if you try to go d3 to attack my knight, and perhaps this is why he was worried about, knight to f4, queen to e5, but the problem is I brought another attacker against the pawn on e6, and after taking on e6, this is just absolutely devastating for black. So
what
he
did
didn't
he do
spot.
instead?
He took on d4,
Okay.
natural reaction. The problem
Yes.
is that right now the position gets too simplified.
Yeah.
And you've lost your attackers. You've exchanged
Yes.
that important knight, the knight on e2 that was coming to f4 and delivering all sorts of problems for black on the king side.
And black pieces became more active after all these
with tempo.
changes. Yeah.
Everything with tempo, yes. And they simplified after that. White was slightly worse because of the pawn structure, but nothing much.
Okay.
And they just repeated the position at the right moment. Very tense game, but I have to say, all eyes are on those two players, Magnus Carlsen and Wei Yi. Who's going to crack first?
Only
Nice.
4 rounds.
4 rounds left.
That
Yes,
is the question,
yes.
right?
Thank you,
Thank you.
Cristian. Thank you, Anastasiya. And tell us about the standings after just incredible jam-packed blitz chess.
Absolutely. Take a look
Wow.
at this. Magnus Carlsen after his victory and Wei Yi after his victory. They are tied with 23 points. Arjun, Erigaisi, and now Jan-Krzysztof Duda are tied
Rising
for
to the top.
third, 16.5 points. But don't discount Praggnanandhaa. He might have lost his last game, but he's still there on 16 points, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov on 15.
I can't wait. Tell me the pairings for round 15.
Yeah, they're exciting as always. And we see Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces against Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Who's rising?
In their blitz game yesterday, it was just an elementary draw, but we'll see what happens. Arjun Erigaisi has the white pieces against Wei Yi. Kirill Shevchenko plays Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Praggnanandhaa plays Gukesh, and Anish Giri will play against Vincent Keymer.
We've seen quite the reactions by Magnus Carlsen, both from yesterday as well as today, and through the magic of television, we have some of those highlights that we want to share. Have a look at this one. This is from yesterday.
This is from yesterday after Magnus blunders his queen. He physically jumps back, shakes hands, says, darn it.
Yeah, that's exactly what he says. Gosh darn it.
Must do better.
Must do better. Then from today, he was witnessing Vincent Keymer taking down Wei Yi. And Magnus was enjoying it right until it was stalemate. Oh my goodness. That was an remarkable miracle save by Wei Yi.
Magnus keenly watching there, and now we see an impressive Magnus playing against Wei Yi, and the handshake, and Magnus
little sigh of relief
power
there.
mode, yeah.
But he couldn't suppress the smile. He did it for a while. But when he got up from the board and walked away, let's see it. With this victory, Magnus caught up and tied. He was trailing by 2.5 points coming into today.
Yeah, which just seems completely unbridgeable.
Right.
But Magnus, he did it in 4
rounds.
4 rounds, right?
Remarkable. So hold on. It's taking us a while to wait for the smile. I mean, just a second.
And Wei Yi leaves. And here it comes.
Wait for it. There it is. Wow. He's tied it up. It's tied at the top. Remarkable, Nasi.
That was impressive by Wei Yi coming back after 2 losses in a row.
Exactly. That's exactly what I wanted to ask you about. Yeah.
And there we see the players settled in for the action, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda is awaiting his opponent, who will make the ceremonial first move. And
so it's Magnus who's running a bit late.
yeah, he's running a little bit late, but we do know that Dana Reznica Ozala, and she's the deputy chair of the FIDE management board, and Gukesh D will be making the first moves. Gukesh being the FIDE secretary general.
Dana was very recently here in St. Louis on her way to Toronto with Willie Kliki, FIDE delegation, recognizing 100 years young. The FIDE 1924 Paris Olympiad is when the FIDE was established, and of course I'm referring to the Fédération Internationale des Échecs, the French acronym for the World Chess Federation. So we see Magnus.
See Magnus making his way.
He has a bit of a trot, doesn't he? As he
Well,
gets
most chess players do.
Yeah,
you
a
notice
little bit
they've
of
all
a
got
walk.
very distinctive gaits.
Right? Some public announcements.
And here we do see Gukesh D and Dana Reznica Ozala getting ready to make the ceremonial first moves. What is she going to choose?
A4, of course.
A4. Maybe C4.
She's serious. A serious lady. She's playing the English opening.
Yeah, and
Knight
Gukesh
F6.
plays Knight F6.
Let's go.
Do you think they have some inside information?
Exactly.
Are we
The
gonna
FIDE.
keep these moves?
The FIDE delegates should continue. This looks promising.
And the jackets are off.
And for Duda, this game, I mean, is so crucial. He's in a big fight, a big fight for the 3rd place, and he's got himself into contention. Is a big ask. Magnus on a roll, won 8 in a row.
He's won 8 in a row.
Have I got that right?
Yes, you have got that right. He's
Wow.
on an 8-game streak. He wins this one, he will have won 9 games in a row. But unfortunately, he will need to win them all if he wants to match his performance last year in Poland. Because there he won 14 games in a row.
Simply phenomenal. I mean, you lose words at this point. So D4 is an invitation to a Benko gambit with B4, which is exactly what Magnus has done. And by the way, I just my game is getting updated there. And look at this. Duda says, I'm not afraid of your Benko gambit. Go ahead, you're in extra tempo. Knight C6, bishop takes A3 would be the standard
He
move.
plays
No,
D3. That's fine.
Well, you are allowing E5.
No.
And, queen A4. Very different approach. You're not recapturing on A3 right away. You're looking to kind of mess up the pieces a little bit for black.
Well,
So, for example, bishop D7, bishop takes A3.
oh, bishop D7 played. I did wonder whether the other knight would come to D7, but bishop D7 instead.
Bishop takes A3, and the difference is that because we've developed our queen to A4, we can recapture on A3 with the queen, and that's a little bit inconvenient now
Queen
for
E7?
black. Queen E7. Now,
Trade the queens, and I think Magnus will say absolutely not.
Knight to d2.
Knight to d2.
These Benko gambit endings do have this long-term strategic pull. The pawns on a7 and b7 usually are targets for the rooks as well as the minor pieces. Here it's very clear what white wants to do. He wants to play rook to b1, knight to e1, knight to c2, and knight to b4. And then with that open bishop and that rook on b1, black experiences, in the words of Viktor Korchnoi, unpleasant sensations.
Interesting. Is there ever an idea of going knight to g5, knight to e4?
Yes, that is also very common.
King e7,
Now,
rook b1.
In Duda's case, he didn't really want to see his king so far away from the center. He didn't castle. Put his king on e7. It's potentially in the way, but on the other hand, it's also good potential of playing king to d6 and king to c7 when necessary to defend the pawn. Now, as mentioned, knight e1 to c2 is the standard stuff that Paul Benko, John Fedorowicz, many others.
And now in knight e1,
Yes.
indeed you called it, Yasser. But this moving the a rook to b8, I always was under the impression that you moved the other rook, which looked really passive, but then you're able to advance those queenside pawns when they're attacked.
Not so easily. If you put both rooks on a8 and b8, and then you play a5 with the idea of putting a knight on b4, careful, the rook could land on b6. By the way, not for nothing, it may not be a threat necessarily, but bishop takes c6 and rook takes a7, white could win back his gambited pawn, and usually he has an edge because the b7 pawn is not the equivalent of the c4 pawn. By the way, another nice plus to the move knight e1, center, undermining the center with f4 is also possible. Duda on the defense, but rook c8 I like.
Knight c2.
I like this move. Knight c2. Again, twin ideas of knight to b4 as well as f4. If I could play f4 and knight f3 in one turn, I'm golden.
Yeah, you are golden because
the
you
d4 pawn will fall.
completely. But on the other hand,
it's black to play.
It's black to play, and Duda is still a pawn up.
Yes.
There's always that hope to clutch onto.
Exactly.
But okay, so moves that they normally play is a6, right? Then they normally kind of
just
curl up into a ball and just say, okay, yes, white is going to have initiative, but as long as I keep defending those weaknesses, I can slowly push you back.
Kind of unwind. By the way, not for nothing, but when you imagine that it was white to move and I played the move rook b3, you'd probably want to reach for your b pawn and play b6. When you play the move a6 and I play rook to b3, you can't play b6 anymore, so just keep that one in mind. Knight c2, a6, so here he's asked a very loaded question. Are you going to play rook to b6, which is a very attractive move?
Well, Magnus has gone for your f4 idea.
f4, that was the alternative, yes.
I want to point out that
Please.
Jan-Krzysztof is seriously behind on the clock.
Ooh.
He's now ticking close to the minute mark, whereas Magnus Carlsen, 4 minutes and 21 seconds, 3.5 minutes deficit. That is impractical.
Yeah, impressive preparation, I want to say.
Yeah.
Wow, impressive preparation by Magnus, and I've been told that Wei Yi is in a spot of trouble in his game. Now we have to move knight g4. Well, I'm a pawn grubber. I would like to start with the move f4 takes e5. If you recapture with the knight, then I would like to play knight f3. Give me the pawn on d4.
And if I say no, then go knight takes knight.
Bishop takes f3, and there's no saying no to bishop takes c6 and knight takes d4, I'm afraid. It looks to me like Magnus is not only up on the clock significantly, but the position is definitely in his favor. And looking at the spy cams, I always liked it when my opponents covered their eyes, like, oh no, I mean, I don't want to. I don't want to see what I've just
Players
done.
are actually playing into the variation, and so the big issue now is how to meet this attack against d4.
Exactly. Well, he's done what he had to do. Knight takes f3, bishop takes f3 on the board.
Maybe now time to break out with b5. Oh, no, come on.
Careful.
Oh, he's gone for it.
He's gone for
Oh,
it.
his handle, his Polish fighter. So he plays aggressive chess, wants to win whatever the position. Bishop takes knight from Magnus.
Has he made things worse for himself? Bishop takes c6, rook takes c6, knight takes d4. Give me the rook.
Well, you can attack the knight.
Okay, and
so
I
it
will
happens.
defend the knight.
Yes. And then you can play sneaky moves, like such as moving the rook to d8, with the whole idea that if you do capture on b5, yes, you
Yeah.
rook c8, yeah, you got to keep an eye on those passed pawns. Yeah.
Okay, so it's knight versus bishop. And this b pawn, the problem, well, I must confess, Duda's done this very, very well. He induced my Magnus to play e3, and when the pawns were on e2 and d3, the structure was solid.
Yeah.
On e3 and d3, the desirable knight takes b5 always exposes the d3 pawn, and I think there's good drawing chances in those cases.
And also the black rook on c8 can come down to c2,
Exactly.
cutting off the white king. So white's, okay, well, Magnus just goes for it.
He captured the pawn. You got to win material to prove the advantage. And with the move rook b3, he's threatening simply to return. And rook and knight versus rook and bishop.
Now knight to
Knight
d4
Knight
is
to
possible.
d4.
And
He's
there
played
we
it.
do see a trade of rooks.
Okay. Magnus is obviously for choice. He's a pawn up. Why not? But with the rook on the very active second rank,
It's not going to be easy.
not at all.
I tell you something else.
What's that?
Arjun Erigaisi is up a pawn against Wei Yi in their encounter.
Oh, that's a huge encounter.
So that
for
is absolutely huge. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda, 21 seconds versus
Knight F3.
Magnus's 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Knight comes to f3.
I have to
harassing
play
rook.
e4 now, allowing bishop h3. My king is not so nicely placed, but e3, e4, hoping for rook to b7, followed by knight e5. Well, Duda cut that off at the pass right away. He played f6 in time.
And now Magnus is going to play king to f1, attacking the rook, of course.
Driving the
Jan-Krzysztof
rook away.
stays on that row. That's his compensation. Now the rook comes over to b7.
Hitting the bishop.
Maybe ideas of going e5 at the right time. And
No question
17
about-
seconds.
No question about
Now
it.
ticking down to 14 seconds for Jan-Krzysztof.
But this feels like Magnus is beginning to put the squeeze on.
h4.
H6. Is it time? No, he's just simply played king e1, rook g2. Wait a minute.
How to defend that pawn?
Was that a blunder? Blunder,
Oh,
alert. Why didn't Magnus play d4? Big
Yeah.
shock. Big shock.
And you can just see that Magnus,
Stop.
from the hand gesture, was like, why did I allow this? And guess what? In breaking news, Arjun Erigaisi has blundered against Wei Yi. And Wei Yi is now winning.
Wow. And
So-
I think with his last move, Duda is closer to drawing the game.
Well,
And here he is. He's going to reestablish material equality with the
7
move rook takes
seconds.
g3
And, okay, rook takes g3.
and e5. Don't take the pawn
No,
on e5.
do not take the pawn because white would have played rook takes bishop and there would have been a fork.
Yes.
4 seconds for Jan-Krzysztof. And Magnus just checking.
Oh,
these pawns are
d5.
dangerous.
Huge move. Bishop takes e5 and Magnus has turned the tables and he's one on time. No, seconds.
He's still...
But he's in a rook. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Okay.
Can Duda force the trade of the pawn? G5, H5.
If he manages that, it's going to be a draw, no
Correct.
question. And Wei Yi
Breaking
has
news.
won against Arjun Erigaisi.
Huge.
So Magnus needs to win in order to keep the pace.
And now he can play H5, followed by Rook G6. This is winning. This is now winning. Knight H4 check, and drive the king away from the G7 pawn. Knight H4 check, King G4, Knight F5. Let's go.
Yeah.
This is automatic stuff. Come on, Magnus. Drive the king away.
Not so easy though, Yasser. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Jan-Krzysztof has to find all the right moves with just seconds left on the clock. King moves over to F3. And if Jan-Krzysztof manages to get rid of the H5 pawn...
Easier said than done.
True, but it's enough to give you hope, Yasser.
Knight E6? No, Magnus doesn't cash in his chips yet. Ooh!
Yeah, I told you. Rook B1, Rook H1. How are you going to defend H5? Well, maybe you have
I don't
some...
believe it. I think this must be winning.
But you can go knight to E2 and then position your knight on
G3. G3. That is a very solid setup.
Yes.
Knight E2 to G3. Just keep... All I have to do is maintain the pawn on H5.
Oh, yeah.
Magnus is reaching. He's captured.
Oh, look at this. Magnus with all the tricks. You cannot grab on H5 on account of Rook A5. But what's happening here?
That's my question.
That's a good move. Now the king will come to attack.
And he's
the
got the
knight.
draw.
He's got the draw.
He's got the... He could have taken the pawn. Why didn't he... What on earth is going on? Why didn't Jan do... Oh no, now he's lost.
Now the king is coming in.
Now he's lost. Rook to G4. Easy win. Duda, he could have taken the pawn on H5.
He could have, yes.
Oh my gosh. Rook check, and that's it.
Okay, now the H pawn is fallen.
Yeah, it's
and now that's it.
Wow.
Handshake.
And a little bit of disgust by Magnus, but guess what? I'll take it.
He got the result he needed.
He got the result.
A win for Magnus against Jan-Krzysztof.
Are there any
Duda.
games still in progress?
No games.
And it looks like lots of decisive games. Jumping to you, Nasi, for highlights, as our two tournament leaders are just scorching the field.
And by the way, you're right. Duda could have taken on H5, and it's just a draw.
Draw.
But Magnus also deserves some luck, because Wei Yi has been getting a lot of luck.
Tell us about it.
Let's take a look at his game against Arjun. So Arjun had a very nice advantage, and he was playing for a win. In this position, he missed this chance to make this in-between move, E5, after which, doesn't matter where the queen moves, after I take on B3, Black has a serious problem on C6. For example, even if you went queen E6, you cannot keep the queen here because my knight is coming to G5. So he missed this opportunity, and then after they made some trades, Arjun is just up a pawn, but for some compensation for sure. And here's where things started to go south for Arjun. He could have just played move like Rook B1, and keep the extra pawn, keep the game going, and eventually try to convert this game. But he spotted this tactic that, unfortunately for him, is just completely losing. Queen takes C6, Queen B3, and look at this move, Queen A8. So
Knight G5 mate, beautiful.
Well, not completely checkmate.
No, it's not checkmate.
It's not checkmate, and I'm sure he saw that Black has King H6, but he maybe thought that
Knight F7 isn't possible.
Knight F7 is protected.
Yeah. Oh no!
And then after F4, let's say you're still threatening checkmates, but Black here has Knight H7. And if you play, let's say, Rook H8, this check. And no matter where you go with the king, I am picking up the pawn on F4 with the check.
Oh no.
And then picking up your knight on G5, and everything just collapses.
Oh.
So very lucky break for Wei Yi.
Cold shower.
Yeah, after Knight H7, he's just completely winning.
Oh my gosh, cold shower.
And I have another game for you. It was between Pragg and Gukesh, the two friends and rivals from India, and Pragg won this game. There's another critical moment here. Absolutely messy position from beginning to the end. All the pieces were hanging at all times. It was impossible to calculate.
Nice.
So here, Gukesh had to play this queen g5 move, allowing white to just pick up a piece and then play rook c1, and we could analyze this position for days. But this didn't happen in the game. He played knight f3 check, which is a mistake. After captures queen g2, maybe, I don't know what was missed. Queen f4 also looks interesting. You're threatening bishop f3, but white managed to just force the queen trade.
Ouch.
And Pragg easily converted from here. So what an exciting round. Let's go to Poland to hear about the other two games from Cristian and Anastasiya.
Yeah, absolutely incredible round. I have to say both Magnus and Wei got a dose of luck in this one, but that's what you need to win this event. Anastasiya, what game were you watching?
I was checking the game between Anish, Giri and Vincent Keymer. Very tricky move, bishop c4 was played here in the game. Anish is inviting his opponent, give the queen for two rooks, and this is what Vincent has done. And position somehow is not that great after g4. I like this move of Anish. He immediately tries to find a way how to complicate matters on the king side, bring all the pieces. Yes, and he wants to play g5 and maybe g6 afterwards. So rook e8 followed by, and queen b1. Again, very nice move, backward move, which you can miss easily. Knight f5 was a mistake already. Big blunder after bishop b5. Both bishop and rook are hanging. So after bishop c3, he simply got more material. And after that, Anish really finished him without any troubles. But I really like the end. Just I want to show you the very end of it. He played this nice move g6 and knight g5. And after queen e6, he resigned because if king h8, there will be a checkmate.
He's going for the
yes,
checkmate.
It is going to be a nice, cute checkmate. Anish won this game. Kudos to Keymer also for trying, but it didn't work this time.
This would have been a successful checkmate. Similar pattern to that Wei Yi game, but Wei Yi was not checkmated, right? Because of that f7 pawn being protected.
Yeah.
Very nice situation. I was looking at this one between Kirill Shevchenko and Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and I just want to show you the biggest moment of the game, because at this point white, Kirill, was completely winning in one move. He played the move queen to b3, which makes a lot of sense. You're attacking the pawn on b7, you're threatening some sort of a checkmate or getting closer to that. But what he had to do was
I'm trying
in fact...
to find, but I'm not so successful. Show me.
Time's up. Queen to e4.
Queen to e4, threatening checkmate, yes.
Threatening checkmate, but also threatening queen to f5 at the same time. It's basically a double attack. You defend with c6, queen to f5,
and you win
that's
the bishop.
Double attack. I win the bishop, I finish the game.
Okay, this is nice, yes.
Queen to e4 would have finished the game on the spot. In fact, he was winning. In fact, he didn't play this, and he got a losing position afterwards. He tried to sacrifice, he tried to get to the king, but it was just simply not enough. So a crucial victory for Nodirbek. Let's take a look at the standings to see where we stand entering the last 3 rounds of the event.
I think I know who is leading now in the tournament, but let's also...
We know who the top 2 are,
For
right?
sure, yes. Magnus, Carlsen and Wei Yi with 24 points. Look at this distance between the third place, 7 points.
But that's a huge battle for the podium.
Third. Yes,
Ramesh,
exactly.
Babu, Praggnanandhaa, 17 points. Arjun and Jan-Krzysztof Duda on 16.5, and maybe Nodirbek
even, yes,
is
of course.
coming as well from behind.
Big fight for the third place, but now we know for sure who is fighting for the first and second one.
Last 3 games, championship rounds from Poland. We're going to go on a short commercial break. We'll be back in just a minute.
I've faced a lot of challenges, of course. I really don't want to talk about the challenges because I feel like I've been so fortunate in what I've been able to experience and what I've been able to achieve. So I'd rather just say that I'm very, very happy to have done everything that I have in my chess life and that I can continue to be here and still enjoy it.
I think there have been a lot of challenges, but the one that really broke me was the candidates qualification. I went through a very tough phase back then, but luckily till now I have been always able to come back stronger from the challenges, and I hope it will be the same.
I think to get my breakthrough and to start getting the invitations, that was very challenging, and 2021 or 2020, like I knew I was like about 2600 level, and people close to me, like everyone was telling me that, but I just couldn't get any like strong tournament invites to prove myself. And yeah, I think getting that breakthrough was a big thing, but it finally happened in Kolkata one day.
Yeah, there have been moments where I was working hard, but still my rating was not improving. I would say those were the very challenging moments, because you can easily lose confidence and be really down. But I kept on working and I managed to break through at some point. So I'd say those were the really challenging moments.
Well, strictly related to chess, I think the candidates tournament back in Madrid 2022. I have put a lot of effort into this tournament and it didn't go well. Yeah, that was pretty bad experience, I think. I mean, mostly afterwards. So yeah, but that was also maybe the most fruitful in a sense, because now if I qualify again, I have some know-how.
I think maybe it was the World Junior in 2014. That was an important memory for me, because I did the match tournament after 12 rounds. But then in round 12, I played very bad and lost that game. And finally, I got the second place, and I feel very, very sad. Yeah.
I think there have been quite many. First of all, it was always tough for me to balance school and professional chess. And then also I was getting kind of unlucky with the third GM norm, which took really quite a long time, which is why I became Grandmaster only like close to 15, which compared to the other youngsters is already quite late. So I think that was quite tough, and yeah, all the rest, of course, there was always a lot of work involved, but it worked out pretty nicely.
Good question. Well, I think my biggest challenge was to overcome hardships what are not related to exactly chess. You know, Ukraine has been passed through 2 wars, and then the last one is still the biggest challenge for the whole world. And yeah, that was my biggest challenge. I was never afraid to play against super strong players, top grandmasters, but I was always a bit concerned and a bit afraid that my chess career would end by some non-chess reasons. Yeah, so it's until some moment, until 15, 16, I still couldn't travel much to chess tournaments, and I was thinking with my parents to decide whether I should continue my chess career or should I leave to go to university to USA. Well, I don't want to say anything bad. I think that I made good choice to stay as a chess player.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only 1 can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
Welcome back. 3 rounds remaining, Yasser, and so
Yes.
far it's been an exhilarating day of chess. So let's check out the standings.
Absolutely, do it for us, Jovi.
Yeah, after, well, nerve-wracking round 15. Here we see at the top Magnus, Carlsen and Wei Yi. Nothing can separate the two. They're on 24 points. And Praggnanandhaa reclaiming his 3rd place. By winning his last game, he moves to 17 points, but half a point behind him.
Right.
It's Arjun, Erigaisi and Jan-Krzysztof, Duda. And let's not underestimate Nodirbek and Abdusattorov, who can make a last-minute surge.
The battle for first and third is so intense. Tell us about the pairings for this round 16 coming up.
Yes, and once again, it is absolutely juicy. Gukesh has the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. Wei Yi will play Kirill Shevchenko. Nodirbek Abdusattorov will need to beat Praggnanandhaa if he wants a serious shot at third place. Jan-Krzysztof Duda will face Anish Giri, and Vincent Keymer will play Arjun Erigaisi.
Very nice, and we need some line scores between Wei Yi and Magnus. Let's start with Wei Yi.
Yes, and here you can see the blitz on day one was absolutely superb.
Unbelievable.
Ending the day with 5 victories in a row. It's been a little shaky somewhat today, because there you can see he won his first game, but then he suffered the flip there in rounds 12 and 13, losing.
It was that particular round 13 where he lost to Magnus. That was the big moment. But he's bounced back.
He's recovered. Enjoying some luck, I have to say, especially in game 15, but it doesn't matter. Points are there.
And what about Magnus? Oh my gosh, it's going to be like a picket fence.
You see, Magnus won 3 games in a row yesterday, and now he started the game in absolutely monster form. You know, won all his games so far.
9 in a row. Now this is getting weird, but echoes of last year where he won 9-0 in one particular, but if you add his scores from the previous days, he actually won 14.
Yeah, last year he also had another player chasing him. It was Duda.
Right.
This year it's Wei Yi.
And neck to neck, and only at the end did Magnus surpass Duda. What is in store for this round 16?
And there we do see Magnus with the black pieces against Gukesh. And we are awaiting some special guests to make the ceremonial first move. We have Gunnar Björnsson from the European Chess Union, Vice President and the President of the Icelandic Chess Federation, and Aloysiy Jankovic, the European Chess Union Vice President, getting ready to make the first move. And there we see Gunnar Björnsson.
Exactly. I remember him from days in Malmo, Sweden. Gunnar would come to the TP Sigeman event and do honors, shall we say. E2, E4.
Quick smile there for
now,
the press.
For challenger Gukesh, he wanted to come to this event and acquit himself nobly to say, I am the challenger, I am a very, very serious player. I'm going to play Magnus toe-to-toe, but it's not happened.
It's not happened just yet, but it's good practice.
It's
He's
great.
a full tour participant, and what he wants is points and experience. And there we see Magnus
saying,
for
I can
his
play
very
everything.
provocative, but he does this against
perk.
the Indian juniors.
Yes.
He plays the perk, the modern, this type of chess that's very provocative. It encourages him to go for the throat. And, well, Gukesh is obliging. He's choosing something known as the 150 attack.
The 150 attack.
Yes, because it was developed by English players.
Who were 150 rated?
Yes, well, we have a different grading system. And the whole point, the whole point, like 150 is around about, I would say, 1900.
Okay.
And the whole point was that even they could play this attack and win quite easily.
It's just you go, in the words of Bobby Fischer, bishop e3, queen d2, h4, or h5, sack, mate.
Exactly.
And even 150 players
Even
could
the
do it.
150 players
Gotcha.
can do this. And it's also the rationale between the Barry as well. There's a Barry is another name for a chess opening. And the whole thing, any Tom, Dick and Harry.
Any Tom, Dick, and Harry. But of course. h7, h5, a move I kind of like. It just basically rules out bishop h6. It also says whenever you try to play knight h3, I'm going to take that off the board. I'm not going to let you put the knight on g5. So h7, h5, restrains g4, restrains h4, h5. And now that you've got the 150 attack, if I've got it right, what's next?
Yeah. And
well,
just
he's played knight h3. He's invited bishop
he's
takes
inviting
h3.
bishop takes h3, which
Wow,
had to be
g
played. Whoa,
takes
what
h3.
is this?
That's a different
Cripple the
approach.
pawns.
f4, f5, and rook to g1 is the only justification for this very ugly move, g2 takes h3. And that stopped Magnus in his tracks.
Absolutely. Well, he's
Wow.
gone e6, trying to control the f5 square.
In anticipation of the 160 attack, I'm going to call it now. Okay. And here we go, f4. I mean,
and
Gukesh is being very consequent.
yes, but Magnus, he understands his pawn structures and he's like, you know what? I might have gone d6, but that doesn't stop me from stuttering my way to d5.
Let's just pause our analysis and throw it to Poland as Gary wants to join in on our analysis. Over to you, Poland.
Maybe that's your Thanks, guys. Yes, we are fortunate enough to have Gary once again in the studio. Maybe we can look at this game. But Gary, I mean, Magnus is on 6 out of 6. We've seen that in Croatia last year, 9 out of 9. Do you think he can do it?
Look, statistically, yes. three games to go. And I think actually he plays here better than in Croatia. It's because there was a lot of luck in Croatia. Obviously, just as we say, luck always goes for the strongest. But here, the quality of the games, the way he beat Wei Yi and also Duda, they all made mistakes, but he pressed them. And he's always, I think he's always ahead. You look at the clock,
yes.
He's always ahead.
Yes.
So he's always ahead. That's interesting. So it's
and we were discussing that very important game between him and Wei Yi. You were mentioning that one as well. You didn't like that long castle by Wei Yi. How did you see that dynamic play? Oh my goodness.
Yes, rook takes g6. This is because as we spoke, I think Magnus missed it. Magnus missed it. Yes, rook takes g6. It's interesting because when we talked about when he took on with pawn on h3, it was just, it's too, again, I'm too old-fashioned.
Yes.
Because this is expecting that you can play f4 or 5, but still after e6, maybe you get started with bishop g5. It's f4 is premature, I think, is here. But d5, it looks that it's over, and then rook g1, and bishop. I think, Magnus, bishop f8.
Perhaps knight e5 now to make some space for the king?
Yeah, I know, but this is still, it's interesting. So
the question is what?
D takes
how do you do it?
I think D takes e5, maybe this is the...
No, he didn't find it. Knight c4.
What about rook takes e6? Yeah, can you do rook e6, bishop 6 f5? I don't know, it's a little bit... No, it's probably it's too much, yes?
Yes.
Yes, this is the...
Okay, he
knight c4.
Played knight c4. Probably you have to take on c4, right?
Yeah.
If you don't take on c4, then I would play knight e5, and I think that's a much better version.
Yeah, of course, you take on c4, yes. And then what's next?
Take. Perhaps he wants to take back and then just go back to b3. This looks
good for white.
Good for white.
Yes, good for white. No, but he'll take bc4. I think but then rook. Yes, I think he'll take bc4 and then rook goes back
to g5. Or?
G5. G5, bishop b7. Yes. Maybe bishop g5 and then on g2. Yes, that's.
Can I try to be?
What he's thinking? Just again, don't.
Can I try to be super aggressive like this?
Seriously, why not take on c4?
He hasn't taken it yet.
Yeah, but it's interesting. That's good. Yes,
that's what you were mentioning. He's always up on time.
Exactly.
3 minutes 39 seconds against 1 minute and 50 for Gukesh.
Yeah, but that's why you play blitz. Even I know that. Of course, I'm probably the last person to criticize him for being slow. Yes, but
Queen g2. Oh, don't leave it. Wait, what is this?
I don't know.
So if you take, rook takes c6,
bishop e7, or maybe I don't know. Just maybe. No, the bishop you should take. No, that's bad news. Yes,
yeah,
queen g7.
Maybe queen g7.
Queen g7, yes.
But he took on e5.
Yes, of course.
Best move. Magnus is winning now.
Yep.
Queen g2, huge blunder.
I'm speechless.
Absolutely.
Queen g2, you take on c4, and again, fg6, bishop d3, a phenomenal compensation. And I don't know how to defend g6. And if you take c4, you have extra pawn, and he's king in the center.
Mm-hmm.
So what is the...
We were absolutely shocked. We understood that he has a shot at potentially catching up at the beginning of the day. But to do it after 4 rounds, I mean, there is a secret sauce. What is that secret sauce that allows Magnus to pull this type of comebacks?
Look, he's a very good player.
He's a really good player.
He's a really good player. He's a really good player. Yes, so that's it. There's no.
But he's always putting pressure, enough pressure to keep the game going.
Yes, absolutely. He's always finding ways of creating more and more problems for his opponents.
Yeah. Rook f1, bishop d6, king b1. Okay. It's still not over, right? If you allow me to go f5, maybe.
The extra pawn?
Yeah.
Extra pawn? Come on. It's not over, but what about timing? What about clock? You look at the clock.
Less than a minute for Gukesh, 3 minutes for Magnus.
Yeah, you can just probably castle long, maybe. I don't know, just it's the king. Probably castle long.
Yeah.
Probably castle long. You can always, yes. 5 yes.
5 queen d4, maybe.
Yeah, 5 queen.
Yeah, this is not looking great. And he castle long. Queen c2, he's trying for some tactics.
What tactics?
By the way, we're just hearing that Wei Yi is winning his game as well.
Yeah, okay, let's have a look.
They're keeping pace with each other. Should we take a look at that one
yes,
for
yes,
just
let's
a second?
have a look. This one is just, it's...
We were told he's winning, but not according to what I'm seeing right now. Perhaps the last move was a big blunder. Yes, rook to c1 was not great. Queen b6. By the way, the game that...
he's not winning, for sure.
No.
He was winning, probably, yes?
Yes.
Yes. What is this?
The game that you see above us is the Wei versus Kirill Shevchenko. He was winning, he blew it. Okay, let's go back to Magnus, because this one will still probably go on for a while. Magnus against Gukesh. Okay, all right. Gukesh is trying to fight, trying to stay in the game. Rook to f3.
There's one more. But still, Queen G2. I don't know. He was trying to play an immortal game, so this is but it's in blitz, It's what instincts. I mean, you take.
It's instincts, yes.
Yeah, but also GH3. That's
And it's also the
4d5. So this he could have handled better, but
perhaps the lack of confidence because he's having a rough event. Gukesh, that could be playing into it. Rook takes f5. Okay.
Rook g7.
He's going for that pawn. The problem is there's no way to bring the knight. If I manage to get the knight,
no, c1 b3. That's his only chance. Knight c1, knight b3.
Yes.
If the knight goes on b3, then just but it's miraculously you can just like flying knight from e2 to b3.
Yes.
So then everything changes. The bishop on b4 covers it, but it will be a different ball game.
Oh yes. It's a big problem also. This
120.
120 for Magnus. Okay, Gukesh is slowly trying to catch up on the clock.
Rook g7 now. I don't know.
Yeah, rook g7 looks very good.
Solid move.
You cannot even take on g7, right? Because you lose on.
The question is what's happened. Rook c1 doesn't work. Yes, so this is it doesn't. You should yes, exactly. You simply take. Yeah, that's
and maybe this is what Magnus is calculating, trying to figure out whether there's any chance.
Maybe he'll play rook g7. He'll play rook 7 f6. I think he'll play. Still trying to.
He's going for it. No, rook c8.
He is trying to. But now knight c1. Yes, knight c1. Knight goes on b3. Knight goes on b3 and.
Take rook c7.
Rook c7.
Okay, so this is how he wants to cover.
Rook f6. Yes. Now probably.
Yep.
Now you go with rook on
h6 maybe. But h6, bishop g5 maybe.
Yes. F2. F2 and then you. Timing is slightly.
35 seconds for Magnus.
But knight on b3 doesn't do the same trick anymore because king. It's the rook on c7 actually. This is was very good prophylactics. So he eliminated the knight b3, the danger of knight b3. So.
By the way, knight b3, can you even give a check?
B takes a4. Yes, he took on a4.
He took first.
took first, and he missed. Rookie to Queen G1 check. That's it.
No, Queen G1.
Queen takes
C1,
D4.
Queen takes D4.
That's
Cleaning up.
Rook C7. That's a solid. Yeah. So this is he found the
Now it's just
agony.
a matter of technique, which Magnus doesn't lack.
Agony. What a joke.
Agony. Yes. H3. Played with 1 second. H2. Okay. King A7. Yeah. Wow.
But
Let's see what Wei Yi is doing.
But it's amazing, yes? Queen G2.
Yes. That's it. Yeah. Wei Yi is still fighting for an advantage. Has some chances, right? Rook D4, maybe I can go King A4.
Yes, some chances, yes. Some chances. That's the...
Rook F5, giving up a pawn, trying to go for F2.
It's
That's
not
a good move.
It's not a...
And if Kirill manages 6 seconds versus 3 seconds.
But it's not clear who's... I think
Who's playing for
yeah,
what?
okay, this is the...
So Magnus right now is on 7 out of 7. Wei
Now
trying to continue his streak, trying to keep the pace, but it's not.
What he's doing? What he's doing? Okay, fine.
B takes. All he dreams of is maybe, yeah. It's all about the clock right now. 5 seconds for Kirill, 6 against 4 for Wei. If Wei does not win this game, Magnus is going to be in the lead for the first time in this event. He was in the co-lead, but now he's going to be in the lead by himself. Okay. So Kirill is playing for a win. It seems like.
Why not?
Just the king is going away.
He's going over. He's going over. Okay, it's still a draw, of course, but it's time-wise.
7 seconds, 6 and counting for Wei, and 6 seconds for Kirill. This should be a draw. It should.
What? I'm curious.
King C4, Rook to B7, Bishop D4. Rook B4, be careful. Now King B3.
But he's just pushing his king further and further.
King is slowly getting pushed. King F5, back. I believe. No, never mind. And Kirill has been having a very decent blitz tournament so far. He's been piling up some victories as well. Definitely no pushover. B7.
Oh, was Wei Yi trying to win the...
I'm not sure who's trying for what right now. At some point, one of them will have to find a repetition and go for it. I think we've seen this position before.
What are you doing? Oops. What he's doing? Okay.
Yes.
Again the pawn.
And don't. Okay, maybe now Wei Yi is starting to dream Oh my goodness. Rook h2, okay, rook d5. All about the clock. Wei feels like he's starting to get some winning chances. Bishop c3 maybe? Bishop d6. With 2 seconds on the clock, do you really want to play this endgame?
No. Let's see. He will not save the game. Actually, it's probably already lost. It's already lost.
It's already lost. Wow.
I think it's already lost.
Wow. Wei Yi might win this one.
Might.
Might.
Still might.
Still not
Rook
over.
E6, Rook E6, I think. I think it's correct as E6. I'm not sure which one. Still not clear which.
I think he...
What's that timing, time-wise?
6 seconds, 5 counting, against 7 seconds for Wei Yi. Kirill is trying to figure out whether we've seen a repetition or not. Now it's a draw.
It's a draw.
Now it's a draw.
That's a draw.
And let's just see when the exchange happened.
That's it, draw.
Move 114, so we have all the way to move 164.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah, Kirill seems to be... But what? Saving that? That's good defense. Good defense by Kirill. Check. Still not over. 20 moves away from the 50 move rule. Magnus is probably watching intently this game. Yes. Now king to d8.
King d8, yes. Yes, king d8, rook d2, yes. Rook d2.
Rook to d2. Now it's move 10 more moves to go. Yes. Wei does an attempt finally. Wow. Gary, your thoughts about this one, your thoughts about the upcoming final championship rounds, 2 more.
Look, it seems that Magnus has caught the wind. It's a tailwind.
But 7 out of 7, somebody has to take something away from him.
Look, it's definitely, it's when you see this kind of omens, that's Duda didn't take pawn on h5, and Gukesh spending 2 minutes and losing the game, which is probably was winning already. Okay, better. Bishop takes c4, and there's no risk. And it also, I understand you can make this mistake because you just think, oh, greatness, queen g2. I don't know what happens after knight e3, rook e6, combinations. But it's blitz. You take on c4, and it's no risk. He takes on g6, you go bishop d3. If he takes on c4, you go back with a rook. So you have a great position. So I don't know. It's not. I think it was unprofessional, but
still, luck favors the brave and the strong in this one.
Brave and the strong. Actually, strongest.
Gary, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Cristian, and thank you, Gary, for joining us. And what a round it was! An explosive sacrifice there from Gukesh.
I think we can count the draws on our one hand. I mean, the players have been swinging for the fences, but I think there was a win.
Yeah, this was the
where was the win?
only game that ended in a draw, but it shouldn't have ended in a draw. First of all, earlier Wei Yi was winning in many different ways, but let's forget about that and take a look here. So in order for black to draw, they had to play rook e3 check and then start running with the king.
Okay.
You don't run too far, but this is enough. But after rook d4, there is checkmate in 14 moves, with 14 moves. Start with king c3, threatening rook h1 and bishop a3. So you have to play rook d1.
Yeah.
Still check, king b1. And I think this move is not easy to find. It's bishop b2.
Okay.
Because now, if you move your rook somewhere, you have to stay on the first rank. You can't go up because rook h1 and just checkmate. So you stay on the first rank. I improve my position with the king, and then I play bishop c3, and now rook is coming over and checkmating from this side.
Very, very instructive. Very, very, very nice.
But Wei Yi had only 4 seconds on the clock, so he didn't find this.
He missed it.
Yep.
Exhilarating chess. Do we have the standings after, what was it, 16 rounds of
16 rounds,
fantastic
2
stuff.
games
Here it is.
remaining, Yasser.
And for the first time.
For the very first time, Magnus Carlsen is in the sole lead with 25 points. Wei Yi, half a point behind him with 24.5. Arjun Erigaisi and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, they are now in tie for 3rd place with 17.5 points. Nodirbek, Abdusattorov and Praggnanandhaa, they're on 17 points.
That is a fierce battle going on for 3rd place. Tell us about the pairings for this upcoming round 17.
It's our penultimate round, Yasser, and Anish Giri has the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. Praggnanandhaa will now face Wei Yi. Nodirbek Abdusattorov plays Gukesh. Arjun Erigaisi plays Jan-Krzysztof Duda. That's a very, very important round for the 3rd place battle. Kirill Shevchenko plays Vincent Keymer.
Ladies, do the honors. What game do you like for our marquee matchup for this penultimate round?
Are you putting me on the spot?
Yes.
There's too many nice ones.
I know.
Probably you're going to say Praggnanandhaa against Wei Yi. Because Wei Yi in a must-win situation, Magnus Carlsen just seems to be like that eternal juggernaut, powering his way through.
But watching Magnus play is so much fun.
It is.
I hate to disagree with Jovi, but I would watch Magnus's game.
Against Anish Giri, yeah?
Yes, I actually think that will be interesting. Anish yesterday had a chance to win.
Yeah.
He was like +1 straight out of the opening because Magnus made that blunder, if you remember.
Yeah.
Yes.
Before. So I think Anish wants
Okay,
a revenge.
what about you, Yasser, deciding vote?
Oh, no, you ladies, please. I am at your mercy. Magnus.
Okay, Magnus.
He's leading the tournament. We've got to go with Magnus on this penultimate round. Can you believe it? It went so fast, too.
Do you think Wei Yi will recover after this last endgame? And earlier he was up 2 pawns. He did not have to end up in this rook and bishop versus rook endgame. No. He had healthy extra 2 pawns, and just in time trouble, he just blundered both pawns.
Yeah. Wow. Let's take a look at those line scores and how we got here with the penultimate round and only a half a point between Wei Yi and Magnus Carlsen. It's that draw in round 16.
It is that draw in round 16, but this is we're moving towards the end of the tournament. The players are getting tired. There's been a lot of drama, excitement, and let's not forget the players are nervous because these are the money rounds.
Magnus's line score, again, there must be an enormous
Look at this. I mean, there's a great chance that he's going to win all 9 games
10 in
today.
a row. If a poker is 5 in a row, we've got the double poker.
Yeah, so
you think?
10 is a double cinco.
A double, oh, that's right, it's a cinco, yeah. We call it an adoption. You play online chess and you play a match against someone, you win 10 in a row, you adopted them. They come to your house and get
Can you imagine adopting this field?
No, I wouldn't want these guys around, not as an adoption, but an amazing performance. I 10 in a row. I mean, crazy. And a playoff could happen. Two-player playoff, of course.
Yes, and we're going to be looking at a two-player playoff. And you see, if they're tied, it's a rapid down double round robin with a time control. This is a little bit unusual. 8 minutes plus 3 seconds time
Is
bonus
that
per
British understatement? A little bit unusual. Where on God's green earth have you ever seen gaming +3 unusual? I want the person who's responsible to please stand up.
Are we
Please
sure
stand
it's
up.
not a typo? I've never heard of 8 minutes.
Of course not. It's a bit unusual. Jovi will explain.
But I tell you what will be standard.
What will
if
be
there's going to be a tie after two, everything's going to be
playoff,
decided by Armageddon. And you know what Armageddon's all about? White has 5 minutes, black has 4. Black has draw odds. White is in a must-win situation.
Thank
No
goodness they
extra
don't play
time.
around with those rules. I like those rules. That extra minute, but I give draw odds.
Yes.
That's the kind of format I can get behind. We've witnessed some amazing chess, some thrills and spills. I got to tell you, Magnus, though, through it all, whether he's giving his opponent chances or he's getting lucky, whatever it is a secret sauce. And my gosh, 10 in a row.
10 in a row.
He
What
is
was his games today?
7-time reigning World Blitz champion, and he's showing that here.
Exactly. Wow. Just simply wow.
There you see the players getting ready for action. And there we see Gukesh facing off against Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and Wei Yi there in the left.
And our guest, who will be doing the ceremonial first move, is the executive director of the Grand Chess Tour, Michael Kordakowski. Michael has been assisting Garry Kasparov on a number of projects, I would put it like that, including the Kasparov Chess Foundation. And they have these young, promising camps, here in St. Louis, all the best juniors, the creme de la creme, and Garry gives a master class. But Michael Kordakowski has really been, I want to say, at the pulse behind the Grand Chess Tour, and for many years.
There we see in the top right that Magnus Carlsen has entered the building. He has black against Anish Giri.
And Michael came to the central board. This one, it's Gukesh and Nodirbek. There he is. Did he play e4? Oh,
No,
Michael.
yes, he did.
Very solid. Very good, very solid. This is our penultimate round. And as we get ready for this and the championship rounds, my gosh, it's so tense. If Anish can play the game of the tournament, now is the time.
Yep. Well, the players are repeating Magnus's earlier game against Vincent.
Exactly.
And what has Anish up his sleeve?
Exactly.
Knight c3, queen c2, d5 immediately, knight
Has
a6.
also played
Okay,
by
but
Vincent.
now they've transposed directly.
Right. Now, Vincent tried queen c2, and frankly, he got nowhere.
Well, queen
c2,
c2,
c6, and he got nowhere.
after c6, this is where Vincent just simply captured on c6.
That's right.
Now, do you think that Anish's second, Erwin, would have said, well, Magnus might do this?
Right. Oh, definitely. And in that particular case, get ready for e2, e4, which was played, by the way, e2, e4. And now, again, chipping away at white center, e7, e6. Please do me a favor, capture on e6, d takes e6, d takes e6, and black is perfectly situated.
I won't go for that.
No, nobody.
No one's going to do rook to d1.
You'd be too helpful.
Exactly. Rook
Yeah.
d1, that is your stronghold.
Exactly.
Keep it.
That is what Svetozar Gligorich played against me. And I got this position as black where the pawn, ooh, he took on e6. Anish, oh.
Look away now, Yasser.
Then there's no advantage anymore. You just gave up all advantage. I mean, it might look good that you put your bishop on f4, and it might look good that you get a knight on e5, but it's a very, very temporary activity, and he's played bishop e5. No advantage here at all, and I'm thinking knight e4, unless I'm blundering something. Knight e4.
Which knight?
Knight f6 to e4.
Ah, okay. Then I would just capture on g7 and
Yes.
say, okay, a5 played, securing the knight on c5, but at
Precisely.
the same time conceding the b5 square. It's not a
Right.
big deal for the time being.
Magnus could also consider trading rooks. I like getting rid of this bishop. I really do. So whether I play knight e8 or knight e4, get rid of that bishop on g7.
But hang on a second.
Yes.
Magnus has been absolutely destroying everyone,
He has.
winning all his games
He
today.
has.
What about you? We play the role of spoiler and just go rook takes rook, rook comes over to d1, the vacuum
Right.
cleaner comes on the board, everything gets traded off, draw.
Yes, yes. Chess may be draw.
Perfect chess, right?
Right. True that. b2, b3, and Magnus is the first to take a deep think over his position. He's got a small imbalance. Here we go.
Rook to d8.
The vacuum is about to appear.
Okay, in this endgame, so say all the rooks are off the board.
Yeah.
The queen remains as well as the minor pieces. Who stands better, black or white?
I prefer black ever so slightly because I like the center pawn.
Right, and the pawn
this
majority
case, yeah.
is more likely to be to get motoring, be more mobile.
Right.
Whereas these pawns, a5 and b6, they do stop the advance of the queenside pawns.
True that. However, things are getting reduced in a hurry, and more trades may be in sight. Rook takes d8. Okay, rook takes d1. Rook takes. Here we go.
Check.
I was about to say queen f3. We might see a trade of queens.
Well, we are going to see a trade of queens.
Now I kind of flip-flop, actually. After king takes, I'm beginning to like white, because after king e3, first of all, you're not playing e5. If you play e5, I'll play knight d5, and you'll regret that you'll have a pawn on. So, in a sense, the center shut down. And white is ready to play knight to f3, knight to d4, and then eventually he can play a3 and b3. So I'm beginning to shift and say the position, while the draw tendency is still at a high, I find it more easy to play white. Jovi, what do you think?
Yeah. Well, I like this h4 move, and I was going to say maybe go for e5 anyway, because you need to be mobile with your pawns. And
Well, what are you going to do when I go knight to d5?
I'm going to smile sweetly at you.
Sweetly?
And put my king on e6.
Well, he's
I'm
done
not-
it, sweetly or otherwise.
And the whole thing is that then I'm going to go f5, g5, and you're also going to be worried
little
about
stuck.
my pawns there on the queen side, although
Okay.
the king side rather.
All right, well, I guess it's time to employ the
Yeah.
majority.
A3,
A3
indeed, played.
to play for b4. Boot. Remember, Magnus has been playing to secure the knight on the c5 square, and b4 will give it the old heave-ho.
Yep.
Out you
indeed.
go. Out you go. Where are you
It's
going to
been booted, but okay, we trade. We trade and remove the knight. Okay, knight a6.
Knight to d5.
knight to
This was the
d5.
dream square for the knight, of course.
Okay, and this type of position. We can't, unfortunately, move the knight from d7.
Do you like the move g5?
Yes.
It's committal. It's committal. I could take on g5 and even potentially hit you with a g4 just to mess up your majority. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Well, the thing that bothers me is this knight on a6.
And it should bother you. That knight
Doesn't have a
is-
role, and the knight on d5 is even more irksome.
Yes.
So maybe you should leave the pawn structure intact. And I was like, I'm just going to say this, but I was saying it too slowly.
You were
King to
too-
d6.
Okay. And here we go. This is where I start to think about the move h5. He has played knight to d2 to b1 with the intention of bringing this other knight to the d5 square.
Yep.
Knight c7. That knight on a6 was forlorn. It was a terrible knight, and I heartily agree with Magnus's
now
play.
you can jump in with your king. Sorry, jump in with your king.
Jump in with the king.
Jump in with the king. I was thinking ahead. I was like, you can step forward with your king, and if a knight does arrive on d5, it can be promptly undermined by b5.
Knight
But
to
knight
f6.
f6.
Just maintaining
Control over d5. And do remember one thing: the players are not allowed to offer a draw.
No.
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 No. They will have to play this one out. So
f2, f3 on the board. An indication to me that, well, if I can get in the move G, I don't think I'm going to get in the move G4 or as a break. I thought that Anish might just shut the game down completely, play f4 and say draw. But he played f3, keeping his chances alive. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Here, I think G4 is a draw. Just you go G4, you force the trade, you bring your king to
up.
E4, and life
and
is
he's
good.
reaching for the king.
King to D3.
And now we're going to guess the intention. So if, okay, knight check, king will move.
I think we're going to see a draw in this game. I'm going to sneak attack Nasi and ask her how Wei Yi is doing.
All our games are equal right now.
After a marathon number of decisive games, everybody went to 0 suddenly, including the game we're witnessing. Anish and Magnus are playing a night ending 3 versus 3, and
Okay.
I think a draw is inevitable.
Right.
Sorry.
Magnus defending his pawn on f5 by going knight to h6, but Magnus potentially with ideas of going b5. So that's why Anish is reaching for his knight.
And he has played knight e3, reminding black that the pawn on f5 is tender, but with such a reduced number of pawns, I think at any moment f5, f4 is probably enough for a draw. Remember, all you got to do is sacrifice the knight on the king side
Right.
for the 2 pawns.
But do you think Magnus would just not want to disturb the balance and just shuffle the king?
Both sides
could
seem
kind of
happy
shuffle.
to shuffle around a bit. Yeah, so
And
I do
Anish,
expect that.
1 minute and 40 seconds. So
Again.
I'm expecting, okay,
He goes for the draw.
he goes for the draw.
C5 takes, and
now knight takes
F5.
pawn.
Yeah,
And now
a draw agreed.
a draw is oncoming. There you go.
Okay, let's switch to Wei Yi. Who was Wei Yi up against?
He was playing Praggnanandhaa.
Okay, and a huge battle going on for the 3rd place. Prague wants to be a part of it, as does Arjun, as does Duda. We're going to Prague, and what do we have? Ooh, a nice little tempo against the queen. Queen drops back. Is that a peshki on c4? No. Queen takes c4 is met by queen takes d2. So,
That's why he moves the bishop to e3, attacking the knight.
clever.
And Wei Yi just simply centralizes.
Can we take on c4 now?
This is an issue.
Knight to e6 is the answer. Ouch, we can't.
No, you can't. No.
Well,
This piece
in
is
that
dropped
case,
off, but then you can corral
I
the
prefer
pawn.
black because...
Well, there is bishop h3 in the
Ooh, that's a nice one.
Yeah, well, that's why Wei decided to get rid of this
Oh.
knight. And now Wei is better.
Yeah, no, I'm liking black's position. Oh, he could have... No, that was a good move,
Knight
sorry.
e6, defending d4.
Yes.
And Praggnanandhaa, 15 seconds on the clock.
Okay, so rook to d8, followed... Oh, I was about to say rook d8, followed by d3. He's keeping a watchful eye over the h5 square. No h4, h5s for you.
10 seconds, 8 seconds, 6 seconds.
4.
For Praggnanandhaa,
Ooh.
3 seconds.
Oh, he
okay.
made it with...
He made it with 4 seconds left on the clock. Remember,
Oh my
the players
goodness.
are getting that 2-second increment. And Wei Yi is coming forward with his kingside pawns,
Five
grabbing
of
the space.
H5. That's usually an indication of severe time trouble. All players have a bad habit of advancing their pawns when short of time. F5, H5, what are you doing? You're lifting your defenses around your king. 10 seconds.
10 seconds, yep.
I think Wei Yi has blown his advantage.
Well, he's broken with d3. But why not grab it? Okay, queen b2 is a nice move, threatening to come into queen f6.
F6. And here's the flaw behind...
Attacking the knight. And Praggnanandhaa, of course, spots it, but...
And here's the flaw behind playing f5 and h5. You weaken the g5 square, and look at that knight sitting pretty. Queen c4 check on Prague's agenda. Ooh, he missed queen c4. Ooh. He could have... I think he was seriously better if he had spotted that.
But the players,
that would have
1
won.
second.
He missed it. He missed it.
They're just playing on instinct. And there we see a trade of rooks. And now Praggnanandhaa wins the d3 pawn.
At long
has
last.
the advantage.
Winning it. Oh no, he's missed. He missed queen b1.
Yeah.
Queen b1 check. He's a piece down. And the point is going back and forth like a hot potato.
Okay, but how...
Queen c6 was the big threat.
Just one pawn for the piece. But Prague's pieces
but
are
that
very
pawn
active.
is advancing. What is he doing?
It's marching forward.
Oh, Wei Yi was
seconds
complete.
for Wei Yi, and he
Wei Yi
gives
gave
back.
the piece. And he's lost the pawn.
Lost a pawn.
No, this has been an incredible back and forth tussle. And it looks like Prague is the last man standing. This is amazing. What a game this has been. My goodness, with a win, Prague, yes, that does it.
That does it.
Wei Yi looks around and says, what on earth did I do? I was a piece up, and that was nerves. That's nerves.
It's tiredness, nerves, it's
Everything.
time trouble, absolutely everything. Which means going into the last game, Magnus has a full point lead. Wei Yi needs to win.
Just wow.
And Magnus needs to lose if there's going to be a tie. And wow, what a game. What a round.
I don't even have to ask you for highlights. I think you just witnessed them.
Yeah, you were going over the critical moments. They were going back and forth, winning,
Yes.
losing, winning, losing.
Exactly.
And to end that way, wow.
Wow.
I do have one moment in Arjun's game against Duda, since these players are fighting hard for the third place.
Exactly.
I think they were tied coming into this round, and it was an equal end game, rook and knight with equal pawns, but here, huge mistake, and I think, Yasser, you're gonna hate this move, because you always say
Oh no,
how
I
much
hate
you hate
pins.
to be pinned. And I'm also learning, watching these players play, that the biggest mistake you can make when you're in time trouble is to pin your own piece. Even if sometimes it's okay and you're not losing it, just not worth it. After knight e4, simply rook e7 and f5 is coming, so
Oops.
not sure what Arjun missed here. There's no tactics, no in-between moves, so f3, f5, and Duda, I think, goes in the clear third place after this. Well, actually, no, Prague won his game. But let me show you in the game with Wei Yi, there were so many moments. This game needs to be analyzed and published, because you can see as I scrolled, most of the moves were red. A lot of mistakes. Starting with this e5 move that Wei Yi played, I think maybe it's just too ambitious. Simply rook f to d1, and black queen is not so great in the center. It's always falling under tempi. Instead, we saw knight g5, and then here black had a very strong move e4, actually, with the idea I'm sacrificing a pawn, but then going knight to d4 and having this very strong pieces in the center. It's impossible to calculate here. Everything is hanging. Instead, we saw him play queen d7, and here Prague could have played immediately bishop h3. f5 only move to not lose the exchange. Queen c4 comes with a check. Knight is hanging on c5. It's not lost yet, because you can take the bishop on d2, but after simply e3, white has a healthy extra pawn and a good position.
Right.
We didn't see this happen, bishop e3. I think bishop h3 was kind of invisible for both players for a bit. Then we saw this pawns in the center, and we said, Wei is better now.
Yes.
It's very easy to play with these pawns and very difficult to play against them. However, starting from here, pretty much every move was an inaccuracy. Knight f3 here, I think you already mentioned bishop h3 was better. Kept going, making mistakes, but I mean, position is so complex. I call it mistakes only because engine tells me that they're mistakes. Queen c2. They're playing instinctive moves, and who can blame them? And here, you're right, this bishop f1, b3 was so sneaky by Pragg. After bishop f1, all Wei Yi had to do was just move the queen away from this pin. And then he maintains the advantage. But after b3, he has to give up this central pawns, and then with that goes his advantage. So d3, trades, queen b2. Some of the moves here were very solid, and then more blunders began here. So white could have taken bishop d3.
It's
Again,
a good pawn.
Healthy extra pawn. But we saw knight g5, then followed by another mistake, rook e8. And here, I think, Yasser, you were shocked when Pragg didn't play queen c4 check.
Right.
It's not winning a piece, but you are winning a pawn, because you can take, play b4, and then pick up d3. a6 will also be a weakness, and you can have two connected passers.
Yep.
That's pretty good.
Instead, we saw rook c1, rook d4, and another mistake here. So simply, I think Pragg was just against taking this pawn for some reason. Yeah, just bishop d3, but he played rook c4, after which Wei Yi was back in the game. Engine says completely even position.
And now winning for black.
And now winning for black. Things changed again. Wow, players just must be so exhausted.
Sure.
The nerves in this game. And yes, here, knight f7 was absolutely required. After c5, white has some compensation, but not enough. Instead, we saw king h8. Here, immediately f4 forces a draw, because once you move the knight, I have knight f7 and then some perpetuals.
Right.
But king g1 was played. Here, it is difficult to play, because as you can see, only moves keep the advantage. So bishop f6 only move.
Get rid of that knight, yeah.
Queen f8, bad move because of f4, but white doesn't play it yet. Knight e6, queen e7, c5. As you can see, it goes from 0-0 to -2 each move.
Right.
Bishop f6 played now, but now it's a bad move here.
Queen d7.
e8 was the only move.
Okay.
And black is still -2. But bishop f6 played, and now after c6, it's Pragg who is playing for a win, even though he's still down a piece.
Crazy.
Wei Yi immediately sacrificed, because this pawn is just too scary. He could have played knight f7, c7 and knight d6, and then let white sacrifice the queen.
Right.
So we saw this endgame, and then king h7 was a huge last blunder in this game. Of course, if he played just a5, he can still draw, I think. I mean, white is preferable, but he can draw. But king h7, just giving up a pawn for no compensation, and we saw how that ended. Just wow.
Wow.
Thank you for that, Darcy. Well, after incredibly exhilarating chess, I still am curious. Standings.
Yes, and you will see Magnus Carlsen after that draw against Anish Giri.
He's clinched at least a tie.
Exactly. He's on 25.5 points. Wei Yi in clear second with 24.5. Wei Yi now is in a must-win situation.
Right.
Magnus Carlsen guaranteed at least a playoff. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda, with his victory, is there in clear third. But half a point behind him, it is Praggnanandhaa with 18 points.
Let's remind everybody that the winner of the Rapids oftentimes wins these Grand Chess Tour tournaments. Just remind them of the standings after the Rapids. This is what it looked like.
Well, Wei Yi was in the lead with 13 points, 1 point ahead of Magnus Carlsen. And there we see Praggnanandhaa with 10 points. And it looked like it was going to be the Wei Yi show. He was so impressive on the first day of the Blitz. 7.5 points out of 9, 2.5 game point advantage. And now, Magnus.
Magnus.
Just showing us his class.
The championship round coming up Who plays whom?
Magnus Carlsen will play Arjun Erigaisi. This is a very important game for Erigaisi in terms of whether he gets the third place or not. But for Magnus Carlsen, he's in cruise control. He can just simply draw it and guarantee himself the champion title. Wei Yi will play Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Vincent Keymer plays Praggnanandhaa. Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Another big game.
Kirill Shevchenko. Gukesh will play Anish Giri.
And let's take a look at these line scores of these two players who gave us such a two-horse race.
Absolutely. And here it is. You see, on day one, it was all about Wei Yi. As he lost his first game, came back to win 7 games. I mean, that's just incredible. 7.5 out of 8. And today has been a little bit more shaky, 50%.
Yeah.
He's lost 3 games.
And for Magnus, though, what Magnus has done is a rampage.
Yep. He had a wobble on day one, won his first game, lost 2 games in a row, and then finished the day with a hat trick. And today, as you described it, it's none other than a rampage, winning all of his games, comfortably drawing against Anish Giri. And all he needs to do now is draw against Arjun Erigaisi with the white pieces.
Wow.
And he's secured himself.
You know, the crazy part is if you look at his line score from day one for just a moment, and you just take out the zeros with the ones, you say he scored +3. I looked at the live ratings, and by going +3 in day one, Magnus lost 9 rating points in his blitz.
Wow.
And I thought, wow, that's harsh. You know, you go +3 against this field, you kind of feel pretty good about it.
The thing is, the field is underrated. I think
Too many juniors.
We did see Magnus Carlsen was 100 points ahead of some of the participants.
And that's just wrong.
That is just wrong when you think about their class.
Exactly. So
And
we see
there
Magnus
we see
Carlsen.
Magnus
Wow.
entering the building. Is he about to win the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland once more?
Wow. Nasi, jump in on this. I mean, you just run out of words. Accolades. It's just incredible what he's achieved.
What can you say? I think Travi was right when she said that Magnus likes to change a pattern if things are not going his way. So yesterday when he lost 2 games, he changed everything. He changed his openings, switched from E4 to D4. He started coming to the games on time, even early. And today, he must have done whatever he needed to do yesterday to forget about that bad day and come back as Magnus Carlsen.
Right, and he performed, well, world class is, again, that's an understatement. I mean, he is a class of him by himself. He's just extremely good.
Oh, take a look at this though, Yasser.
I have to
These were our
congratulate you,
predictions.
Jovi. Your insights, your brilliance, your understanding.
Likewise.
No, I mean, we took King Kong. I mean, but what everybody missed was an extraordinary achievement of Wei Yi. Seriously.
Seriously, yeah.
I mean, all kidding aside, what Wei Yi came in and did in this performance, really, respect. It's just fantastic. He's played really great chess.
I want to see him play more.
Yes. I think after Tata Steel, after this event, Wei Yi is back, and he's a very, very, very serious.
One more look at the last round pairings.
Yes.
Magnus Carlsen will play with the white pieces against Arjun Erigaisi. Remember, a draw will clinch the win for Magnus. Wei Yi will play Nodirbek Abdusattorov. If he wants to take it to tie breaks, he needs to win against Abdusattorov and hope that Magnus Carlsen loses.
Right.
Vincent Keymer will have the white pieces against Praggnanandhaa. Praggnanandhaa fighting fiercely for that 3rd place. Jan-Krzysztof Duda is a half point ahead of Praggnanandhaa. So therefore, ideally, he needs to win against Kirill Shevchenko to clinch that 3rd place. Gukesh will play against Anish Giri.
Vincent can be a bit of a spoiler here too, right? Keeping Prague at bay. And for Duda, in front of his home fans, he did not have a stellar result.
No, when
in
you
the
compare
rapid.
it to last year when he was keeping toe-to-toe with Magnus and there was a big race to the finish.
Yes.
No, this year.
And it was a photo finish too. It was
Yeah.
really, really close.
and they were playing each other
Right.
in the last round. I mean, it was a dream come true in terms of storylines. But this year, no, it hasn't gone his way.
No, and really quite the two-horse race again, but this time it was Wei Yi. And Wei Yi was really, really close. I mean, he had a fair bit of luck, let's be fair, he did, but he created
Exactly.
his own luck as well. And once again, wild cards in the Grand Chess Tour don't get points, but it's the tour players who at each and every event that they participate in, they're trying to garner
Exactly. So the
points.
tour participants are Abdusattorov, Anish, Giri, Praggnanandhaa and Gukesh.
Exactly.
So they're going to be jostling for those all-important tour points, because the more tour points you have, the better it is overall.
Yes. And there is some serious bonus money for being top 3 at the end of the tour. 100,000, in fact, bonus money for being first. And here we are as we're getting ready for the championship round. Now,
That was Nodirbek.
for me, I'm a scaredy cat. If I'm in Magnus's position, I just want to secure first. I'll play something very, very dry and make a draw. Magnus, however,
He's clinical too. I've seen him.
He plays for a win. I was here the very first Sinkfield event, and I was electrified when in the last round, Magnus needed only a draw to clinch first. Levon Aronian offered him a draw, and Magnus said, no, let's play on. In a position where it held 3 results.
Okay, well, his opponent, Arjun Erigaisi, is sitting there ready at the board with the black pieces. The thing is about Magnus knows how to shut down a game.
He does.
You know, E4,
He's been around.
D4, he knows exactly how to play. He only needs the draw.
You know, one of the strange things about chess is a little bit the paradox. E2, E4 has always been considered the sharp move. Sometimes when you play E4 with the idea of forcing a draw, there's many variations that are very sharp that go down a long tactical rabbit hole and end up drawn.
Exactly.
So E2, E4.
And I've seen Magnus play them, you know, because you think E2, E4, Sicilian, the opponent goes, yes, and then Magnus plays something very forcing, and there's just no way out. And then Magnus, man of the hour, world #1, world blitz champion, arrives to the board. He has the white pieces. He's in a dream scenario of only needing a draw to secure the tournament win.
I don't think he had this as a fantasy coming into today's round. He was, today's play, he was behind 2.5 points behind Wei Yi. I think his fantasy was that he would be tied for first going into the last round. Not that he would be a clear point ahead of the field.
I don't know, Magnus he came meaning business, you know, and there you see him opening with E4, E5, knight of 3, knight C6. What are we going to see?
Well, here's the D4.
Hang on a second.
Yeah, this is how you shut it down.
This is how you shut it down. This is how you get the draw.
I think we've seen this earlier. I think it was Magnus.
Against Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Yeah. But I think Magnus was on the black side, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he was on the black side.
Right. And now I think it's bishop G4. Oops, that was... Bishop G4 has been a recent modern wrinkle to this line. C6 takes D5 is the old line, perfectly sound, don't get me wrong, but some players feel that after Queen F3, White has a little bit of a pull.
And Queen F3 played, what do you think, H6?
Yeah.
Bishop takes knight.
H6.
The thing is that I have seen players do this
against
Magnus with the white pieces.
And Magnus is doing it against his opponent.
Magnus is doing it against Arjun. Knight E2.
So the idea is you've given up the 2 bishops, but because you've secured a rather nice outpost, you can imagine that whenever this knight, whenever the knight does get to the F5 square, it gets eaten. And then it's bishops of opposite color, and then you can say what you will, the game is going to be drawn. So really a very, very good way of shutting down this game. I'm just going to say I'm not going to move away from the game, but I just want to remind everybody that Wei Yi is only a point behind. And should he win and
Magnus lose, then we're going to see tie breaks.
And we would see a playoff. And there you do see Wei Yi.
And there you see Wei Yi with the white pieces playing very aggressively. There's no G-pawn, Yasser.
What?
Have you not seen on the king side?
Yeah, he went G4, G5, and H6 takes G5, and bishop takes G5. Wei Yi doing his best to create a very intriguing imbalance.
And going back to Magnus, Magnus indeed did put his knight on D4.
Gift me the pawn.
The F5 square and
as
attacking
well as a C6
pawn.
Yeah, and once Black defends the pawn, bishop to D7 or something of that nature, we also do have C3. Whoa.
He's booted that knight away from D4.
Wait a minute. That move I'm not a fan of. There's knight to C6. And if I can play knight to B4, then I've got a serious advantage because the pawn structure for Black has really been ruined. So what did Arjun have in mind against knight? Another question, A3 even, intriguing move. And he's played A3.
He has gone A3.
Whoa, but knight C6, whoa. How did Magnus not play knight C6? Well, bishop A5, only move? What is
and now B4.
B4. So the idea is if you take on B4, knight C6 in this case is what Magnus has in mind.
Okay, bishop B6 played.
Okay,
and now
we have
you
to
capture on C5.
Takes.
And what next?
Well, again, knight F5 shuts things down. I just think the move C5 gives white maybe something to play for. Knight to B3, bishop to B5.
But you want to draw.
I do.
Yeah, you want to draw, is going to get tournament win.
That's why
Go,
we saw
put your knight on F5. And after all, Black's king side, I mean, those pawns are terrible. That's like the worst pawn structure there is.
Oh, guess what?
And
with this move H5, Arjun basically says, well, I'm not ready to play bishop takes F5 and hardy hand clasp. I'll keep the game in play. H5, H3.
I like the confidence of Arjun. Arjun is an incredible blitz player.
Wow.
Really, he was a Vars pick for the event, and I've seen Arjun play some phenomenal chess. He's really good with the initiative and dynamics, and there we see G4 played, the rook slid over to the open line.
And supporting the knight,
King to
prepping
G2.
King G2, just kind of getting out of this line of fire here. King to G2, pawn to 8. Ooh, Arjun.
Arjun's very brave.
Yeah, I must say,
opening up. Okay, well now he's trying to
shut it down again.
Bail out. Okay, so now you can go King to G2.
Yes, and I would do so right now.
Yes.
I'd also aspire
to
play
put that pawn on a light square. Yeah, exactly.
Just to make sure I don't blunder it by playing rook H1 and getting myself excited and going rook H7 and checkmate.
Okay, the rook came down to E2.
Again, I would A4, put the bishop on D3, chase the rook out of, unless you really want to put the rook on D2, then...
Well, the king steps forward, chasing that rook away.
Yeah,
and I like your idea of A4.
Yeah, always.
But maybe he's going to go for rook H1 first.
Yeah, rook H1, rook H8, makes sense.
Yeah.
I agree. I'm not a fan of rook E2, rook E5. Why is the rook so good? The rook does not look good on E5 to my eyes, but
and there we see A4 being played, putting the pawn on a light squares. I like how Magnus is getting ready to overprotect anything. And
rook H8,
here it comes, rook H8.
I wouldn't be surprised by
Have the rooks left the buildings? Yes, they have. And now A5.
And now white's just better. Again, it's not that he's going to win it or anything like that, but it's just better. I can play for rook no, I think I want to play rook to b1, you play bishop b4. How can I sneak in on you? I'm dreaming of putting my rook on b5. Not so easy to do. I go rook to b1, you play bishop to b4.
I kind of like the idea of putting the bishop on. Oh, Magnus.
What is he doing?
Rook h. He was just going to go bishop to d3 and say draw, and let's trade off.
It's funny that he didn't play rook to h7 check. First, drive the king back a square or two, and then play rook h5. But rook h5, but go ahead.
Bishop d3.
Bishop to d3.
Bishop d3, you got the draw. I mean...
Oh, well, sure.
You
I thought it was a little bit better.
Tournament win. That's just details.
Moral victories. We live for these moments.
He can sit there and enjoy the rewards of... okay, he's played rook h7. I was going to be... Okay.
Now
he's got the repetition.
We've got to tip our hats to Magnus Carlsen, our champion.
Our champion, the winner of the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. He's done it again.
Bravo. Just nothing to say, but just hat tip. I've brought up the game between Vincent and Pragg for several reasons. The first and foremost is we're going to see a rivalry between these two gentlemen for many years to come.
Oh.
And I know they've
Did
got
you
Wei
notice?
Yi. What happened?
Did you
Wei Yi
notice
just
they
kind
both
of like
looked
to see
over
the
to
result?
see the result, and Wei Yi knows that's it.
That's it.
Magnus has won the event.
But the solace of second place is not that bad.
Yes, because it's $30,000 US up for grabs. Third place gets 25,000, but Wei Yi is guaranteed second.
Magnus.
And there we see Magnus in the waiting room.
A little kiss and a hug. Well done. Hat tip to you, Magnus.
Congratulations.
Yes.
World #1, World Blitz champion. And in the end, he showed his world class.
Again, I'm just going to pull up the game between Vincent and Pragg because of what I was just saying, that these two fine young grandmasters are going to be playing against one another for decades to come, but also look at the position. It's not every day that you see a structure like that, g6 all the way down the board to d3. You put a pawn on c2, and
But it has come at cost, Yasser.
what's the cost?
A piece.
Oh dear. Is that meaningful?
Well, actually,
We
these
do
days
have-
at this time control, it actually goes to who
Look,
is.
I could
who
swear
has the easier
a
game.
moment ago, Nasi was showing me a game where Pragg was down a whole piece against Wei Yi and won convincingly.
Yep.
So maybe he feels comfortable a piece down.
Yes.
F4.
F4 coming, as you
E3.
highlighted. E3 is also going to be very, very
What are the
disturbing.
clock times, Vincent?
Well, Vincent down to 16 seconds, and while I talk, it's getting lower. 13 seconds, 10 seconds, and Vincent dives in with a queen to e6.
So he's dropping his b5 pawn. He was so worried about f4, and probably with good reason, that he wanted to make sure that there's queen takes e4 as well as knight takes e4. But he's dropping his b5 pawn, and Pragg is thinking about it.
And also e3 check. I thought that was the big idea.
E3 check can be met by c6 as well as queen c6, and that might have been Vincent's idea.
You can still go e2.
Yeah, and I'll have to move my rook.
Yeah. Well, anything can happen. It's like a game of dominoes, that
I
one.
know, but
So,
those pawns are scary. I
46
agree.
seconds.
Queen e6 on the board.
Queen takes b5 is... Pragg is definitely... He's a fantastic calculator. He'll be looking at moves like e3.
Check.
Queen takes b5.
Yes.
Also, after e3, c6, queen takes b5 also is pretty easy.
Yes. So e3 check, queen c6, blah, blah, blah.
And
Apologies.
now Prag has gone under 20 seconds.
As well.
50
And
seconds.
he's
He goes
played
for
E3.
E3, Queen C6 on the board.
Vincent was ready. Boy, was he ever ready to play that move. And
And 8 seconds
I
for Prag.
think that move
He moves his queen
may have
over
caught
to
Prag
F7.
unexpectedly. Okay, there is a queen B3 sighting.
Yeah, the
but
rook
I
can-
gotta take that pawn, don't I?
The rook comes up to A6.
And look at this, a counterattack. Queen takes G6. The
And now
board's
the
on
knight
fire.
comes onto F5.
Oh my goodness.
Oi, rook to G8.
Oh my goodness! It was almost queen takes H6
And now
and was
the
mate.
bishop can come and give a check, and the queen is
Oh,
falling.
no.
And in the last seconds, Praggnanandhaa wins.
Wow, what an incredible turnaround as we'll go to Wei Yi. Uh-oh, I saw a Wei Yi has won.
Okay, Wei Yi has won against Abdusattorov, but it's not enough.
1 point victory for Magnus.
1 point ahead. Magnus did the necessary and secured the title. But
Let's
congratulations to Wei Yi. And here we can see the final moments between Gukesh and Anish Giri.
A tournament that both players will like to put aside, but what do we have? We have 2 minor pieces versus rook and, well, I was going to say pawn, but it's not true. It's 2 knights and a pawn. Now it's 2 minors and 2 pawns versus a rook. The minor pieces should be winning.
And just to let you know, Duda won against Shevchenko, and Duda was nursing a half-point advantage.
I believe so. So that might have secured
him clear third.
Clear third. And of course, this is a winning technical ending. You can go C6 here, C5, C6. Advance the pawn where it'd be nice and safe. Yeah, this is...
But Anish's king is mightily active.
True
and you
that.
can see kind of scenarios where the king can nest itself on b4.
Right, but for me, it was about advancing those
Okay, now the
pawns.
white king is snaking its way to b2.
Not exactly sure why Gukesh feels that it's necessary to do this. He wants to activate his bishop, put it on d5 square, perhaps?
Yeah, I was thinking he could activate the bishop and put it on d3 as a cover for the king, so that the knight is allowed to roam free.
Okay. So he did go to d5. And again, I don't like Gukesh's technique here. He's not impressing.
But Gukesh playing on seconds, just 1 second. Wow.
1
he made
second?
that with 2 seconds left on the
Oh
clock.
my goodness. Oh my goodness.
13 seconds for Anish.
Oh, Anish has oh no, he put his rook on 3.
Rook on H1.
Bishop takes
but Gukesh
H1.
hasn't seen it.
How is that possible?
Oi, oi, oi. And then
And now
Gukesh
he
has
saw it.
realized.
And now he
No,
saw it.
of course, Anish is
I
not going to
think he's
repeat
going to
that
draw.
same mistake.
No. Yes. Gukesh should have just okay. I think this is technically speaking a draw
Yeah, if the rook can give itself up
for just a
pawn
minor pace and a pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, unfortunately, you can't play rook takes c2 because the promotion square is a light square. Very, very important, of course. Well, Anish is giving some
4
chances.
seconds for Gukesh. Players keeping us to the
On
edge
our
of
seats.
our seats. Yeah.
You bet they sure are. Knight to c1. Okay, king to c3 and knight b3 is on the agenda. King, no.
Okay, knight is going to come to c3. Okay, the bishop is now under attack. Now, knight c1.
Okay.
It's difficult to build up the time when you only get a 2-second increment.
True
And
that.
now the king finds itself on a perfect blockading square on
Bishop to
a5.
b3.
And he has to
Herky jerky. Knight to c4 check on white's agenda. Careful.
It's very important that...
Ooh, you were about to play rook takes c4.
Yeah, but you cannot do that because
and that would not have worked.
The pawn is on the same color as the bishop.
Exactly.
The promotion square, that is. Okay, 5 seconds.
And now he'll get to play bishop b5 check. So he's making incremental progress. Is Gukesh?
Gukesh. But he will be kicking himself for not
taking
that
the rook. Yeah, wouldn't we all? Okay, king will come to c5. Anish is just feeling the pressure as the pawn gets to a5.
Okay, pawn is advanced.
Now, what's the next step?
Well, if you put the pawn on a6, it's vulnerable. The rook
King
can come.
to c6?
It's better to keep that rook.
Well, it's about the knight. We want the knight on the primary square. The knight belongs on the c6 square. Whenever you get these endings, try to put the knight on the c6 square.
Well, he's trying.
He's trying.
But Anish preventing this knight maneuver.
Indeed he is. King to c5. So for the moment, not too much progress not any progress in the last 20 moves or so. Ooh.
Oh, hang on a second.
That
now,
wasn't the timing wasn't right.
And now the rook can go all the way and give a check on a1.
Correct.
Okay,
Rook
now
to
the rook can
A1.
come to a1 anyway. Okay, he hasn't gone for it.
So again, if the knight was on c6, you magically teleported it to c6 square, you'd be golden.
Up, and that's it. It's a draw.
Oof. Bishop a4 at the end would have been met by rook takes a6. Thrills and spills, Nasi.
I just can't believe the rook on h1. I think Gukesh probably didn't even look in that corner. He assumed rook was on h2.
There it is. We have a Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland champion, world #1, world Blitz champion, Magnus Carlsen. Massive congratulations.
Truly.
He really demonstrated his class, his skill today, winning. How many games in a row was it in the end?
9.
9 games?
Was it 9? Nasi, was it 9 in a row at the end? I mean, I was remembering the line scores. And then at a certain moment, I think Anish...
There were 2 draws after that.
Yeah, Anish secured the draw, and then Magnus at the end, he played against Arjun in a way to shut down the game.
So, yeah, I can't believe... Sorry. At the end, I mean, we expected Magnus to have a very strong day today.
Yes.
But not like this. +9. I completely just dominated everyone. And I remember specifically this game against Duda, where Duda could have taken on h5 and it was a draw. So he got lucky once or twice. But he also created his own luck, right?
Indeed.
It's just, what can we say? Magnus is beyond impressive. To have such a bad day on the first day, to feel so awful, as we kept seeing that clip of Magnus where he was +8 against Nodirbek. He was about to pick up a piece, and instead he blundered his own queen.
Right.
I don't think Magnus has ever done that before. Nothing comes to mind.
Yeah. I remember only one moment where he really threw up his hands in absolute disgust, and that was when Vasil Ivanchuk, in one of the World Championship Blitz games, played mate and won.
Yeah, and he reacted like this through the pen.
Right.
Yeah, nobody. I mean, Magnus himself said it in the interview with Cristian that he felt like he had some kind of breakdown.
Yeah.
After the Praggnanandhaa game, and then he spoiled it against Nodirbek. But then to come back from that, finish the day with 3 victories, and then go play some more chess and come back today in boss mode.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like Nazi says, beyond impressive.
Right. I mean, my goodness. And let's take a look at some of the highlights of our champion, because he earned it. He definitely earned it. This was the yesterday reaction when, as you said, Jovi, he blundered his queen from a winning position, and that, gosh darn it. moment.
Absolutely. But he came back, and here you see him watching his closest rival, Wei Yi. Wei Yi had such an impressive tournament.
He did.
Fantastic
But this was a
form yesterday.
miracle save. He got stalemated to a degree that he could use a mad queen and offer his queen to make the stalemate. And Vincent is probably just wondering, what do I have to do to win against these guys?
Yeah. And but we see like Magnus confidently standing there and just set the tone and the pace for today's action. And there we see critical moment where Magnus Carlsen defeats tournament leader Wei Yi to
Forking the
level
king and the rook
score
at the very
to
end,
tie Wei Yi for first place.
Right.
But Wei Yi, what a competitor to keep toe-to-toe with Magnus. And the score that they got was absolutely tremendous.
Huge, huge. Both, I mean, on any other given tournament, Wei Yi wins walking away with the score that he amassed. But, wow.
Yeah.
And
2 points more.
Magnus won with 2 points more.
Exactly, than last year with 26 points for Magnus. And last
Wow.
year with just 24. What a performance by both of these players.
Truly. Of the teens, of the youths, who impressed you most, Nasi?
I think Arjun in Blitz.
Yeah.
He came back because in the rapid section, I think after the first 2 or 3 days, he was not doing so well.
Right.
And then in Blitz, he kept winning. I think he had a hat trick. He won 3 in a row.
Right.
But I mean, all of them. Prague. Vincent, every time I watch his game, he's about to win, and then something slips away. So if things have gone a little bit his way, I think Vincent could have easily been in top 3.
Perfect. Final standings of this tournament. We're going to go...
Of 5 days, incredible action. Magnus Carlsen wins the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland with 26 points to walk away with $40,000. Wei Yi in clear second. A phenomenal performance from the Chinese Grandmaster. Wildcards, there's also a wildcard performance from Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Don't get points.
Yes, but he won that intense battle for third place with 25,000. But take a look at Praggnanandhaa. He's in first, 7 points. Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, he picks up 5 Grand Chess Tour points. Anish, Giri 3, and Gukesh just 1.
The minimum that he could pick up, Gukesh will not be pleased with his performance. But yeah, that's a very, very nice prize fund. And our congratulations to the top 3 podium winners. I mean, and we're going to have a closing ceremony. It'll be short and sweet, I promise you, as Magnus will get yet another
trophy. I
for
do
his
wonder,
cabinet.
like, does he have a trophy room at home?
He does.
Like,
Yeah, and it's deep.
And on that note, we can go directly to Poland.
Thanks, guys. After a thrilling competition between 2 titans of our sport, Magnus Carlsen and Wei, it was finally Magnus who became our 2024 Superbet Poland champion. We have the executive director of the Grand Chess Tour, Michael Khodorkovsky. Please say a few words.
Well, it was indeed very exciting, and I want to congratulate Magnus with another win at the Grand Chess Tour event. Watching Magnus playing throughout the years, I learned about him that first, that he loves chess. Second, he loves to play chess. And third, he loves to win chess. And fourth, to win again. That's why it's very important for him, and it's very important for Grand Chess Tour to congratulate him on this win. And hopefully he will come back to Poland again next year. Meantime, he will come to Zagreb in July. And I would like to pass the microphone to CEO of Superbet here in Poland, Łukasz Sewerynek.
Łukasz?
Thank you, Michael. In general, we are very happy. Extremely super tournament again in Warsaw, so I'm very happy. And huge congrats to you, Magnus.
And
Yeah,
for
and,
the trophy presentation.
Trophy presentation. Congrats.
Thank you.
You can keep this, Magnus, in fact, because I have my microphone. Magnus, just an incredible performance, similar to what you did in Croatia. But yesterday when you came to the studio, it felt like you were disappointed. How did you see your percentage of potential win in today's rounds?
No, it's very hard to say. But I knew if I had a good day, I had a chance, and I could feel from the second game on that I was a lot calmer than I was yesterday. So I thought I was in with a shot, and I also knew that I've done this before in the World Blitz in 2017. I came in 2.5 points behind Karyakin, and I erased that in 4 games, and beating him in the 4th game. So funnily, it was exactly the same this time. But yeah, I felt very calm today, and it was an incredible performance by Wei Yi. Still, like I had so many moments both yesterday and today where I win my game, then I look over, oh, he won, I'm not any closer, or so like he had a performance that you win with every single time.
We saw a very cool moment where you were watching his game against Vincent Keymer, the last moments of his game against Vincent Keymer. How disappointed were you by that draw?
No, I was watching it in the playing hall, and I thought the game is over. Then I go to the lounge, and he's even saved this one. So that was pretty sick. But I think what sort of saved me is that we stopped yesterday after 9 rounds. Like, if we had continued the tournament yesterday, he would have probably won by a significant margin. But it's hard. It's really hard to have such a big lead overnight. You sort of easily get into a defensive mindset. And it's not like he did poorly today. Like, he still scored +1, but he didn't seem as crisp as he was yesterday. So yeah, that also gave me a little bit of hope.
You said yesterday that your nervous system was shook. What did you do to get back to your usual self?
I didn't do that much. I had a good night's sleep. I mean, honestly, it's very hard for me to say. It just felt easier today, and I could feel it from an early point. I guess I'm just like sometimes like a little bit weak psychologically, so that if I get one serious blow, that can sort of break me. But if I don't get that one, I usually do quite well.
Magnus, finally, you have so many fans around the world, here in Poland as well. You have your support system. Any final words for them?
Yeah, I'm grateful for everybody who supports me from near and far, for sure.
Thank you very much, Magnus, and once again, congratulations.
Thanks.
Guys, for the final time, back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Cristian.
And congratulations once more to Magnus. That was quite touching, actually.
Yeah,
to see him there with the trophy, and also to know exactly what went into it. Like, there's just the sheer power with which Magnus played the games today, and he is this 2024 Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland champion, $40,000 richer.
Thank you to yourselves. I really want to say, Nasi, Jovi, I really enjoyed working alongside you. It was a lot of fun. Thank you, as always, to our marvelous crew at Spectrum, Randy, Tom, Kevin, and all of the gang.
Absolutely. It's been a privilege.
It really
right?
is.
It really
it's great.
has been.
It's just great fun.
Absolutely fun. And also, big thank you to our Polish crew there. We see Brian, Anastasiya, and so many fine names, Cristian and Tony.
Right.
Unbelievable. Thank you from the heart from all of us.
And Brian. And more GCT is coming our way, right?
Yes, and this is just the start of the Grand Chess Tour, because coming up next in June, it is the Superbet Chess Classic, where we're going to see all 8 tour participants playing and one wild card, and that's going to be taking place in Bucharest, Romania. Can't wait for that one. And then it's going to be followed by some rapid and blitz to Croatia, and then the Grand Chess Tour crosses the pond, moves over to St. Louis.
Our predictions, I mean, we went with King Kong, but nobody saw the rise of Wei Yi. That was just absolutely
We will
astonishing.
remember it for the next time.
We will.
Yes.
I think we all will. We just applaud Wei Yi. And Nasi, just jump in here with some final thoughts of what was a great Grand Chess Tour.
Wonderful tournament indeed. And what more can we say? Magnus Carlsen, the GOAT of chess,
Right.
he once again proved why he is world #1 and how he is the strongest blitz chess player in the world. But we have to definitely mention once again, Wei Yi, what an amazing performance.
Great
And I
competitor.
truly hope we get to see more of him playing in these tournaments.
Yeah.
And I just want to thank you for allowing me to share the stage with you.
You know, Nazi and Yasser, it's been the utmost privilege. I have enjoyed every second of it.
Absolutely.
Even the 3 o'clock starts.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you for sharing your days. I hope you enjoy our broadcast. You've seen the Grand Chess Tour schedule. Join us for the next leg. And in the meanwhile,
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.